Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yet, what an awesome episode we have got today for you guys. We were like looking around what the hell is happening. We were supposed to have a different podcast, but we made this calling show because we had to move it next week because it's really important for us to do what's happening because of this whole TFE experience, right? So I was there on Flat Earth Friday on Sacred, but on Twitter Space, I spoke to a few people, and yeah, also happened to meet Jonathan on TikTok, where looks like we are planning to have an exchange of some information because he's supposed to be representing the making a documentary, right? And there's a lot of stuff we want to like speak about regarding that and the whole final experiment. The are open for people to jump in, say hello, maybe give their opinion, and we're going to be rotating. So yeah, everybody's welcome to share in and express their thought on what is going on. We know it's a really sensitive moment happening right now, so much of name calling, so much of heated up exchange, right? We can have difference of opinion. That's what makes us everybody, right? As the community, right? We should respect differences of opinion and not start attacking each other because just because we have differences of opinion. And this goes for both sides. We have to respect everybody's opinion from both sides or any other side that exists or we don't know about, right? So it's a very complex moment we are going through right now. And there are strange things happening, people calling out each other for anything, right? So that's and more we're trying to be discussing here today what we can do as a community, right? To see if there is some light for us. So everybody's welcome to jump on here. Let's say hello to my co-host and good brother Gene. How are you, Gene?
Hey, Vika. Doing good, bro. So, how's your week been? Your audio's off, bro. Your audio.
Oh yeah. So yeah, nonstop, brother. All week, loads of things happening. You're
Bro,
so yeah. How's it going?
it's such a whirlwind this topic has caused. It's pretty amazing, right? I mean, we knew it was going to happen, but I don't think I try not to project too much. So, but I didn't think it was going to be anything like this, man. I think this is, yeah, like you said, bro. I wish everybody would just calm down and let the dust settle and relax. And I haven't heard anything from Austin, and a little bit from Jaron. I don't know what to make of any of it yet. There's some funny looking videos going on. You know, I don't know, but yeah, it's good to see everybody. I'm hanging out in the chats. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's really good to see you all. I hope you call up and you don't have to use your video either if you want to come in on the StreamYard link. You can just leave your video off, which is cool. Hey, I want to throw a shout out to David Weiss. I got one of my compass symbols here. I think it looks pretty cool up there. Let me know what you think, everybody. Should I keep that or should I put the moon back up? Look at that. I'm getting thumbs on my screen. My telephone is reading my gestures. Look,
Yeah, that looks awesome.
oh
Yeah,
still.
that looks cool.
Thanks, man. I like it. It's like a brass kind of color on the black. I like it. So yeah, I'll keep that there for a while. You know. Um, yeah, bro. I don't know. I'm gonna let the dust settle some more, and I'm not jumping on either side of the fence too much. Really, it's too early to tell. And as far as the name calling, I could live without it. I guess. Don't forget. we're up against well over 100 years of this indoctrination, hardcore 100 years, really 120. So it's a lot to take in. So just absorb it all, guys. You don't have to, react to every comment or conversation. You don't have to accept every invitation you're invited to argue and fuss and fight with things. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm standing right now. I would like to think they were there, because if they weren't, that means that they're just flat out lying. And I definitely still have some questions, bro. I'm not sold one way or the other.
There are too many implications, right? If there is anything wrong with it, right? But the thing is, people can have difference of opinion, and that is all right. We just don't have to burn each other and everybody's down, right? As I mentioned, even from both the sides, it shouldn't be happening, right?
Yeah.
And here is the thing: you can come up, say what's your opinion is. It's not that you're taking any side or you're becoming any team. We have to understand this really well. Just because you're questioning something doesn't make you in one team or the other. This is like the always the same problem with everything happened, right? As I mentioned, even in the 2022 crap that happened was the same thing, right? Or you buy it or you don't buy it, and automatically you're in the other team.
Yeah.
This shouldn't work. Everybody should have the right to question it every way. We've been flat earthers, and more than us, I don't know who the hell are going to look into anything with a microscope into everything, right? That's how we became a flat earther. So we're not going to be just let the things happening or everybody. That's why we should respect everybody's opinion and stop calling out why you are questioning or why you aren't questioning, or the people who need to give answers are like getting pissed off because people are asking questions.
That's how we got here in the first place, right, Vika? By asking questions, good
Exactly.
ones.
Exactly. So there should be a balance, right?
It'll equal. It'll find its equilibrium, I think, bro. I really do. Hey, Psych, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah, sorry I'm late, man. Yeah, I just want to chime in, bro, because I wanted to bridge off of what Vika just said, man. Like, dude, like, I don't, dude, all I remember, like, when this was leading up, like, the movement in flat Earth was like cordial, and like, if this was to cause divide within our community, it's working. It's absolutely working from our perspective. I really appreciate you guys in your position on this. Um, they because everyone's jumping to conclusions, man. And like me and Joe and Steven, I really think that I wish a lot of more people would have more confidence in what we are presenting. And you know m- honestly, most people aren't even really following what the globe side is presenting. Like I think it's tomorrow, Will Duffy's about to release those 15 experiments tomorrow on his YouTube page. So we haven't even seen everything. So
Yeah.
I think we really need to have a little bit more patience and see everything that they're about to bring to the table. Other than that, I think we should still hold firm in our position. And I agree with you 100%, Vika. People are free to have their opinions, and but I think they're a little aggressive in what they're expressing. It's hard for me to even jump in the lives because I'm just trying to absorb it all, and take it all in for what it's worth. But I feel like people are jumping the gun and jumping to conclusions, and I really am trying to pray right now. I'm doing a lot of praying, and a lot of meditating on this. One thing I want to mention is that you know,
Perfect. Oh yeah, brother, perfect example of what happened today. All the last 8 hours, you see how the people were going crazy, calling each other out, just
yeah,
because somebody else thinks this way, the other thinks that way. It's like every moment the people are like every word everyone is saying, every just there's just conspiracy theory going on. It's like, is he into that? Oh, he's holy what is that? Right or wrong, brother? What?
Now, Vika, you know what it is? Everybody wants to be right. Everybody's like, oh, I said this 3 weeks ago. I said it 3 weeks and 4 seconds ago. So I beat you to the. It's like, oh, stop. Just cut it out. Relax. We're on the same team, guys. We're working against the other side.
yeah,
Oh yeah, that it's so easy to take. Yeah, go ahead, psychedelic.
yeah. I was gonna say exactly what Gene was saying. Is we need to become a unit. We need to become more unified. We we're all on the same belief, and nothing's gonna change our position. But I feel like this whole entire Antarctica thing, it's really bringing out the true colors in people. Like I think we're really kind of seeing where people are at mentally. And like I said, for me, I'm just kind of being a little bit more quiet. I'm waiting for them to present more of what they did down there. These 15 experiments or however many it is, and that's just how I was doing it in my approach before, Vika. When we were first getting together, I was meditating on it, being quiet about it. We knew that it was going to happen, and all I was doing was just focusing on coming up with how it's going to work on a flat plane. And that's what I did. That's what Steven did. That's what Joe did. They were focused. They were concentrated. I feel like more people are just, not really doing that. Like in our community, they're pointing fingers. And I really wish we could just become like a super unified, conscious mind and just focus on bringing an answer to the table.
Oh yeah, we were. If there was something truth to it, and it's a natural phenomena, we were already on top of that. If there was happening, and as you say, brother, we were already sharing the video of the 24-hour sun, different videos. What are the timings, right? Also the model, right? We were already up on it even before these people went, right? So if there's something natural, there is an explanation what could be happening, right? But the way these things are coming out or unfolding is just making people doubt more, right? That's the
Ex-
thing. And people have the, as I said, people have the right to say anything. This is the thing. People who are going to be coming up here to give their words, right? Don't think that just because you give your opinion, somebody's going to put you in some corner or going to say why you have that, right? Everybody have the right to say, and we'll try to do that. But before we do that, I just wanted to say uh, quick that the other day we were speaking on Flat Earth Friday with Dave and Psychedelic. If you want to give them a short thing about the Jonathan and then the points, and if you want, brother.
Okay, Leah, let me fill in the audience about what's going on with that. Let me start from the beginning. I'll just kind of explain it from my perspective of how it kind of really dawned on me of how this played out. So if anybody has been following this Antarctica thing, Will Duffy is making a movie on this. He's filming a documentary. And lo and behold, the reason that he wants to make a documentary, in my viewpoint of it, is that he wants to basically make it into like a Netflix thing. That this trip to Antarctica, these people go there, and he's taking flat earthers, and he's going to flaunt the fact that he took these flat earthers to Antarctica to see an observation that they never seen before, only to convince them outside of their belief that they held before going to Antarctica, turning them back into globe believers. And so this guy who's making the movie, his name is Jonathan. Jonathan Morandi. His name was mentioned many times by Will Duffy and many times during the live streams. And lo and behold, he's a flat earther, or so he says, or so he claims.
Yeah.
And, you know, I didn't realize this. You know, this is kind of, some people don't even know this, that they're even making a film, but I didn't know that he's been kind of like making his way into the TikTok live streams and onto the social media platforms and, you know, basically stating his position on what he's doing. And, you know, not a lot of people are 100% for sure about this guy, because of the fact that he's making a documentary that was funded by Will Duffy. And, you know, so this is another reason why I think we need to all come together and put our heads together and start coming up with, you know, concentrated ideas moving forward. And he's going to be releasing footage in this documentary that no one's ever seen. And the past couple of days, it kind of dawned on everybody in the TikTok live streams, and everybody's like, you know, kind of yelling at him, you know, because he's cool with the Globe proponents, and, you know, he's on video hanging out with them and having coffee and whatnot. And so, yeah, we really need to pay attention to what's going on, because we find out new information every day about this guy. And, you know, he says all the right answers. He says all the right things when we talk to him. And we need 100% discernment about his position, because who knows if he's going to have the final say on what gets put out there and what gets put into this Hollywood quote unquote production that they're making about this movie. So I think everybody in the audience probably needs to just have some discernment about what's going to be happening in the next upcoming weeks. And yeah, I think that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be trying to absorb as much information as possible from as many people as possible, from all platforms as possible. And I think that's the only way we can do it. I think if someone just decides to opt out of absorbing as much information as they can, that they're not going to be able to get the inside scoop. Because I'm pretty sure that all people watching this, I'm pretty sure that they could agree that there's something fishy about the whole intention of this this trip / experiment, if that's what they want to call it.
It's the first experiment, bro.
Yeah.
If anything, the first examination by a flat earther.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
bro, let me throw in this really quick. You said it's his, he wants to go to Netflix. He's teaming up with Netflix.
I could be wrong on that. He said he's an independent filmmaker. I didn't really get to record the conversation. I'm just basing what I'm saying off of my memory from what other people were saying.
Yeah, Netflix comes up every once in a while when they're talking about, you know, working with a TV crew.
we don't know if it's gonna go for Netflix or no, but looks like, because I just had the opportunity to speak to him a couple of times, very short, and I asked him like, who is really funding you, and he said literally that Will Duffy is the one who is funding the documentary. So my question was also this today, right? Is he the only one Will Duffy hired, or he just have this one to go and do some things with flat earthers and globers and make something, and he just shot with much more higher professional quality for Netflix, because one person cannot document a high quality documentary, right? Of Netflix level, right?
Right. Yeah. Who knows? Like he could be telling us one thing here right now about him being an independent filmmaker. And, you know, I mean, you know, 6 months down the line, Netflix might find it and might be like, hey, let's put it on our platform, you know. And he obviously said that, you know, he's going to get the final edit, the final cut, you know. So we really don't know like what's going to be the final result of what that production is going to be, regardless of what he's telling all of us and told Dave, you know, that he wants to for sure 100%, you know, represent flat Earth, and that he's telling us all the right things. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like 90% yeah, and I'm like 10% kind of on the edge of unsure about this guy's position. And because like I
Yeah,
said,
even though the Dave mentioned the other day that we have to look for him good points, right? With what he's coming against. So as I said, we have hundreds of points. It just depends where specifically he wants to go into in his documentary, so we can give the contra argument, right? So we have spoke that we're going to try to do is we're going to exchange what are his argument and contra argument and give ours from our side of the community with help of a few people, right? Right, psychedelic, and then we're going to try to present and see if he really wants to include that arguments and contra arguments about this whole situation, and if it's legit, or he's just going to take all these and just put whatever he thinks it or whatever will that he wants him to put in, right?
yeah, I would love for him to. I would love to see Joe Hanvey's model in there. You know, I would love to see stuff from Steven in there. You know, I wouldn't mind him using parts of my video explaining in there how we're seeing a reflection. You know, how Dave presented the other day, he wants those proofs in there. I would love to see that in there. You know, I would love to see him 100% fully submit to the fact that we want to basically, I mean, not that we're trying to take over his production or whatever, but that we want to include things in there that absolutely contradict the entire intention of this Antarctica trip. And you know, because so many people that don't study what we study into are buying into this, and it's basically just like another moon landing hoax, if, in a sense, if you think about it. Now, because the people who don't study flat Earth, who are streamers and content creators, they've already made their videos. You know, people who have many followers, they're already saying, and they're running with it, just like Dave had predicted. They're running with the one headline, and people are buying into it. They're already bought into it. Oh yeah, they did this trip, the Earth's a globe. We looked at the movement of the sun in Antarctica, blah blah blah. But they're not really looking at the technicalities. They're not really looking into the fine details of how this is flawed. This is a flawed experiment. That's what I would call it, the flawed experiment that has actually it's error-y. It's got errors in it, to where they're trying to prove that the Earth is a ball based on the movement of the sun. So there's really fine technical details that I think we need. This is why I want people in the community to come together, so we can put our heads together to bring that to Jonathan, and to make sure that stuff like that gets put in there, and also to support our position.
You guys are aware of how Netflix got started? I'm going to break this down really quick. Sigmund Freud's nephew was Mark Randolph Bernays, and his nephew, Mark Randolph Bernays, Edward Bernays. Sigmund Freud's nephew was Edward Bernays, and his nephew was Mark Randolph Bernays. And Randolph Bernays started Netflix, and he sold it eventually, but that's the lineage that place comes from. So if you guys don't know the story behind that family, I would just say go down that rabbit hole a little bit. That's a decent one.
Yeah, isn't that one of the royal families?
That could be, man. I don't know about that. Very well could be.
This is what I know. I from my studies, it could be one of the royal families, because the word media, like media, comes from what I've understand is the Medici family. So you got the Medici family, which is one of those bloodlines where you get the word media, Medici, and
that's their section, part of their section of it all.
yeah, that's where it comes into play. The Medici medicine, You know, they've
Right.
all of these aspects of our life are basically they're founded off of these names, these royal names.
Yeah, I wonder if they're in the Antarctic Treaty. You know, in the Bono Monte map around the whole perimeter, there's little bumps around the whole entire thing, and each bump has a name in it. I forget how many bumps on the outside of that map, Vika. You remember? It's 20 or something, maybe 30 or something. I forget. A bunch of them. But that's part of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, and they're all royal names.
Yeah.
Same thing with the asteroids in outer space. They're all based off of royal names.
And the craters on the moon, and the missions, the rockets, all that stuff. It goes back.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to before we start adding our calling people one by one slowly. I just want to mention shout out to Patricia Steer. She says that's what happened with Behind the Curve. It was filmed by an independent small company who sold it later to Netflix. Yeah, absolutely, that's possible for sure. If there's a documentation happening about all this, for sure they're gonna take advantage of every gain possible, right? Reaching far and wide, everybody involved, right? Absolutely.
And you know they're going to make it look as bad for us as they possibly can within their legal
Oh
limits.
yeah, that's for sure. That's
They
that's
are
it all
running
about.
with it like crazy. Like I said, so many people have already bought into it. They've already got their mission accomplished with the half-brain people. They're
Minds made up.
You know, and I think that's why it's our job to find the loopholes, find the errors, you know, because I honestly think that, you know, Will Duffy doing this, I think that this whole entire thing is orchestrated from the top, because we've talked about this before. They've had bases in Antarctica for decades. So the royals have got information about down there in the southern zones. They have that information about the sun, the movement of the sun. They have the bases down there, so it's nothing new to them. This is all new to us, the public.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. So let's continue. Let's get in our first caller and see what they have to add here to the topic. I will say again, guys, whatever is your opinion, whatever is your idea you want to share, everything is welcome here. Right? Don't think that we're gonna put you in any team or any right. This is what we have to all understand. And yeah, feel free. Maybe it's required that the people come up and speak their mind, because just like this is sometimes not that good, right? Because the more different views and ideas, and it all maybe it helps a bit. So all right, let's first get B Riso. I've been only waiting for a long time here, brother. B Riso, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Gotcha. Sounds good, man. How are you, buddy?
Good. So I just want to try to go as fast as I can, because I know you got a long show here. But just my brief history and with relation to Austin Whitsitt. I don't know him personally. I'm just giving you the background. I got into Flat Earth about 8 years ago. And so I've seen the whole progression through the whole thing. And I remember when Austin first came in, and he was kind of this country bumpkin kind of guy, and then he started rapping, and then he got a girlfriend, and it was real cute. And then he went from real cute to kind of becoming the Einstein of Flat Earth, if you will. He was our number one debater. He's our go-to guy. He's the guy we trust. Well, I've changed my opinion on that, and I hate to say it, but I would say 99% of experienced flat earthers who are viewing these incidents would agree, and it's just my opinion, would agree that he did fake the vape breath. So I went back and I watched his personal video from Antarctica, which, yes, they were there for sure. And it was about 45 minutes long. And leading up to the fake breath, it was just like Eddie from Flat Earth Banjo said. He was talking like Marlon from the Truman Show. You know, hey, you guys have been knowing me. Yeah. You know, I've never steered you wrong, you know, and so I would never lie and blah, blah. And I'm really here and I guarantee and blah, blah. And in a seamless, without any hesitation, he walks over, grabs the vape, does the fake breath, doesn't miss a beat, walks back, gets the snow, all this stuff. So my point is, what I've had to learn is I just felt, you know, he got us. Okay. He got us. Austin's a very likable character. And, but at this point, you know, for whatever reason, he's gone over to the dark side, in my opinion. Now, do I think they're seeing something down there? Yes. I don't know exactly what they're seeing. I do not think it's the physical. I know it's not the physical sun, because you're not going to see the physical sun in Greenland and Union Glacier at the same time over your head. It's just ridiculous. I mean, if you're on a ball. Now, if you're on flat Earth, of course, that could happen. Anyhow, I think I'll just stop right there and let somebody else talk. I just want to give my opinion on Austin. I'm not because there's no telling what's going on with him and in his life. I just know if you go back and watch his video, you know, again, like after understanding that you're going to see a fake vapor scene, and just see how easily he goes back and forth between the truth and a lie. It was very, very scary to me. So I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we have to respect people's opinions. So, yeah, things could be different, right? Because we were speaking on TikTok also about different frequencies being emitted, right? We really don't understand the technological part, right? The devices we are carrying along every day has a perfect technology to manipulate us at a conscious level. People don't understand the AI is a field, a thought field, can influence us, right? We have been speaking about the big brother when we used to say things that Google is hearing us and we get the advertisement, right? Now we don't even need to even speak about the product, right? And the product is there. Why? Because it is a technology working with our consciousness through frequencies. So everything is possible, brother. Everything is on the or is there on the table, right? These people reached there, got the right frequencies, and just playing the part. We don't know. Everything is possible. How it's going on, right? Because the way it's unfolding. Anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, I'll chime in. Comment on what B Rizzo said. Yeah, same, bro. You know, Austin's my guy, man. I look up to him, and and I don't really we've never talked. I've never talked to him. He doesn't know me, but I don't like to point fingers. Like I said earlier, I'm honestly just trying to concentrate my focus on an answer, a feasible, reasonable, plausible answer. And I don't really want to comment on the whole vaping thing because they're all talking about it. Will Duffy's talking about it. They're all saying, so many different things. And I don't know, man. I can't put my finger on it. I love the guy. I love the way he presents himself and all of, the proofs that he's brought to the table. But, I just can't go back on that. I can't really make a decision on where he stands now, if he was bought out or paid out or whatever. Yeah, I honestly, this is what I was referring to earlier. I honestly just think we all need to come up with, put our heads together to come up with something like how me and Steven and Joe have been doing. But I feel you, B Rizzo. I feel exactly. I know where you're coming from. It boggles my mind too. You know, watching all those things. Everyone has so many different opinion. Everyone has so many different angles that they're approaching it on, and yeah, I, along with a list full of other things. You know, so many people want to falsify the fact that they were there, and that's not where I'm at. I'm just trying to figure out.
They were definitely there, no question about that. All I'm getting at is that it was the ease that blew my mind, how he transitioned that just like it was nothing. Just so that made me realize right there that if he can lie that easily, he can be lying about anything.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see where you come from. Yeah. But yeah, I just, these are our flat earth brothers, and until we have actual confirmation, I don't really want to make any accusations, like I said, I'm trying to just, when it comes to all that, I'm trying to just kind of keep my distance and keep my thoughts to myself, and focus on the matter at hand, which is like what I was saying, is explaining how the 24-hour sun works on a flat plane. That's where my focus is. So, Gene, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I can add. I think Alonzo is onto something, and Hanby and all that. But But the pictures that were taken of the sun, now that could have been, and actually that could be the movie studio thing, because we really don't know what the reflection or refraction would actually look like. But I don't think that's what they were showing. So that's what there's no tell. But was there some light source there somewhere that they were viewing? Absolutely. In Antarctica, all the above. But there's definitely some deception, way too much control by Duffy. It was not a free and fair fight at all.
Yeah, and it's possible that purposely these kind of images are made public so that the people literally start fighting this, right? Why is it that only footage with problems are coming out, right? There's nothing that we could say, okay, this is out, this looks legit or whatever, right? So why is it like that? Somebody's controlling that what goes out, right? So maybe it's done purposely so this havoc should happen. We know how it's been this last 3-4 days. People are just going against one another on any level just to prove their point, right? People could be best friends and have totally difference of opinion. Totally. That's how we have to see like that, and not just turn on each other just because we all are trying to understand, right? So why is it that happening in this way? And the curious part is why the two people, Jaren and Austin, who are representative, also not giving in the more information, or right, and what's happening, because the people, all right, things with the people with exclusive rights are going to see all that, all right, but whatever is coming out, because these people, the Globers, look much more organized. They are just putting out things,
Well,
right?
one thing that concerned me too was when Jaren, I heard him literally refer to Austin as his business partner. And that just raised red flags for me big time. And then Jaren's talking about what a great guy Will Duffy is. So you got to connect the dots there, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like what Vikka said. you know, they're all laughing at us. You know, the other side is laughing at us, and I think it's a matter of fact that you know, everyone's just having their own opinion, and they're expressing it in such a way where it offends their immediate circle of friends, and it just domino effects from there. You know, so like I said, I'm not that kind of person, dude. I hate being that person. I absolutely hate it. And I just want to focus, you know. I'm quiet a lot, even during the live streams. I'm really quiet. I'm just taking in what everyone's saying. I'm praying a lot. I'm saying prayers in the chat boxes. You know, I just wish we would focus. You know,
Well, hey, psychedelic. I will disagree with you just a tiny bit, just a tiny little bit.
Yeah,
I don't think, in my opinion, 99% of the true flat earthers, especially particularly biblical cosmology flat earthers, have moved 1 inch off of flat Earth, not 1 inch. So this kind of oh well, you know, they're making us look bad. That I don't buy any of that at all. I mean, I'm firmer now than I was before. I'm kind of angry a little bit.
same.
Because it's garbage. I mean, we know that there's something not right going on. But either way, the truth will come out in the end. And I'm going to hop off of here so you guys can do your thing. Y'all need to get somebody else talking.
Appreciate you coming on, brother. Appreciate you. Vikka, you're muted.
Oh yeah, I said thanks for coming by, Riso. You can be here in the studio if you want. We're gonna keep rotating the colors, right? So let's get in. Who was next? Just give me a second. Capitan Rastur, what's up with you?
Hi, everybody. Do you hear me well?
Sound good, Captain.
Okay, did you see last day or day before, did you see about the mountain gate? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, they have the same snow patterns from 10 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, that is the smoking gun. I mean, come on. It's
I didn't
over.
see it. I only heard about it.
Okay, Vika, gene and psychedelicization, or if in the chat, if anybody didn't see it, you can go to King Nico channel. The last video was about that and about the drone shenanigans. But regarding the mountain, it's over. It's 100% over. So what happened? One guy found a photo from 2016. And he showed how to find it, and he showed a file, and he told everybody, you better download this right now because this is going to go away soon. And actually, it went away like today, but many people downloaded it already. So what happened? Guy found a photo from 2016, and we have a still image from Duffy's video when they arrived at supposedly Union Glacier. So they were at that camp where everybody was at, and Duffy was filming himself in front of that mount. I think it's Mount Rossmore. And when you compare the photo from 2016 with the mountain behind Duffy, with his shitty grin, by the way, you can see 100% identical snow patterns, 100%. So basically, they fucked up huge. They took the photo and they forgot to remove it out from the search, from the Google. So we have a smoking gun, basically. Duffy grinning in front of the mountain, which has exactly the same snow patterns like that mountain from 2016. So the jig is fucking up. It's done. Now we just have to, look at the other stuff that they, bring out, and we just have to relax and laugh and chill. That's all about it. So they're absolutely done. I mean, the vape, okay, we know all about that. but that Duffy's picture with Duffy with mountain behind them with exact same patterns from the photo from 2016, that is priceless. That is absolutely priceless. Absolutely fucking amazing. So yeah, I just want to share that with you in the chat, so everybody can go look at King's Nico channel latest video. So yeah.
Capitan, question: are you so with all that being said, are you suggesting that they were in Antarctica, or are you suggesting that they were not in Antarctica? I'm just curious.
Listen, man, I can guess, I can guess all day, but it doesn't matter anymore. They're busted completely. So basically, that mountain was copy pasted from a photo. I mean, it doesn't matter. I can guess for your pleasure, I think my first, before they went, I found the time gaps. I found the time gaps of all the participants. They were all absent from 21st of June until 24th of June this year, around the summer solstice. So I was going with I know from the beginning, I know they will fake it, because I mean, it's obvious, we don't have footage for 10 years, and they wouldn't let the movement grow, the flat earth movement. They would want it to cut it out, immediately. If there is 24-hour sun, we would get that footage long time ago, because they don't have the luxury for us to repeat. There is no 24-hour sun for 10 years. So if there is one, they would give it to us immediately. So when you go with that, I mean, I knew there isn't 24-hour sun. This is government psyop with Hollywood and all of that. And the basic thing is to fake it, to produce the fake evidence. This is what was all about. So I knew I don't have to see the vape. I don't have to see the photoshopped mountain. I didn't have to see it. I know it's fake, but I'm now just laughing, with joy, but because we have, all sorts of shitty footage and shadows, shenanigans, waves, Photoshop mountains. So so what did you ask me, Psycho? You asked me, did I think they went there? I thought they were going to go there, and we will have a mix of. I thought they were going to go there to make some studio magic, and then we will have real footage from the Arctic. That was my first, thought. They will just film it in the Arctic and play it in a mirror mode, and basically. Here in Antarctica, if they went, they would just, repeat the moves, like they would move the same way like the original footage from the Arctic. But I mean, maybe they did it even like that, but I don't care. We all know it's fake now. So it's all good.
Got you. Thank you.
Rasta.
You're mentioning this also last time when you jumped up, but this is the thing, it's very simple. If you think you have the timestamp of these people not being present during June, make a small video, show the timestamp, show this aware so that the people can see it.
Vikka, I shared it everywhere. Shared it everywhere, and I also exactly, pointed out the radio silence gaps, and I also pointed out overlapping. I mean, it's all there in my huge post. I shared it everywhere. But that is not important now. It is important that we just go look at the Photoshop mountain. There is no going back from that. There isn't anything that what Brenda, the Brenda guy. We all know Brenda. Brenda said about that snow. Somebody asked her in Ironworks chat yesterday, because somebody sent link to Vlad, and he played it, that mountain thing, Photoshop mountain. And Brenda came in, and somebody said to Brenda, "Hey Brenda, what's up with this?" And Brenda said, "But hey, snow isn't random." That was Brenda's try for excuse. She or he actually said, "Hey Vlad, man, I just saw you. Hey."
I'm not Capitan. What's going on, family?
Hey, Vlad, my man. Yeah, you're the legend, man. Hey, I just saw you came. I'm not looking at my phone while I'm talking. So Brenda tried to say, the snow isn't random. The snow isn't random. I mean, what? I mean, that is, you know, just imagines Brenda saying, but snow isn't random. So she actually wanted to say that every year in that mountain the snow falls exactly the same way and makes exactly the same patterns. I mean, it's bizarre and bizarrely laughable, you know.
Yeah, welcome, Vlad. How you doing, brother? Yeah, if you want to expand on that, what you want to.
Yeah,
go ahead, brother.
Capitan, first of all, thanks for having me, V. Guys, how you guys doing?
Much
Hopefully
love.
everybody had a good holiday and everything. Now, yeah, he's right on the money. Capitan Rastor is right on the money. First off, he has been telling everybody this for quite some time. He's been going from channel to channel, speaking about the timestamps and where people's comings and goings were, and then just like a concise piece from like the 21st, I think it was, to like the 25th or the 24th, something like that, how nobody was where they were supposed to be. Everybody was missing at that time period, right? So him mentioning that, people jumping on his case, and us moving forward, I mean, that's something that I think will be people will be looking at that. But as far as Brenda's concerned, I have this picture right here. I have the picture right here. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to share it with everybody.
Yeah, go ahead, screen share it.
Okay. So this is exactly what Capitan Rastor is talking about right here. Can you guys see it? The Union Glacier, Antarctica.
Okay, yeah, we see it.
So this picture exactly, this right here. Now you see how the snow is right here. Right? That's exactly the picture that Duffy used as this is his mountain in the background. It was exactly this. And
when
how
did he use it?
He used it on one of his videos, and that's part of this whole mountain gate thing, right? You see how you have this snow right here and this snow right here. Well, in like a few days, if it does snow, the snow patterns aren't going to be the same. So basically, we got Brenda on, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with Brenda. Brenda was saying what Brenda says, right? And a guy just asked Brenda, like, so it's all randomized snow patterns. It's all, and then asked Brenda, so do you think that the snow falling on the mountain is random? And I think Brenda said no. Or in the flip side, like, no, you can't have random, something along those lines. I just laughed and I got Brenda off at that point. I didn't even want Brenda to explain. Brenda was basically just trying to run interference at that point, doing what Brenda does. But this is the picture exactly where Mountain Gate comes in and shows and just basically blows it right out of the water. So Capitan Rastor is right on the money. You know what I'm saying? This right here. And I mean, it boils down to one thing, or I guess you could say 10 things. As soon as you lie once, it's over. We found, I mean, everything else you can argue about, but this right here, like, that's it.
This is one question, Aaron. So this is Union Glacier. Right?
Oh.
No, keep up the image.
Okay, I'll bring it up again.
So this is supposed to be the part where they landed and the main base, right? That's
Right.
the background of the main base.
That is this sign they have up all year round. They have this sign. Oh, let me bring it back up again. Sorry about that. So that's the sign that they have up all year. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let me close it again. But that's the sign where it shows Union Glacier. They have that sign up apparently all year round. And so in the final experiment, they would show the guys, you know, walking around doing their thing, and then you would see that sign there. It's basically like going to, let's say we all went to a trip to Hollywood, right? And you see how it's got the big Hollywood spelled out in all the individual block letters at the top up in California. Say we all went there and we all filmed live, right? Well, you would see that Hollywood sign in the background. It's a very well-known sign. So the same goes as far as being or living in Antarctica, that this is a very well-known sign. And this is something that you would see, right? So it was there. It was there while they were doing the final experiment. Let me bring this thing up. I'm over here flapping my gums. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be the background view from the main base, right? This is so what is the problem there with the Duffy using this image where in what sense?
Vika,
So
Because
Vika,
it's because everybody's been saying that it's been green screen LED, and so we're being told that it could be an LED screen where they basically snap a screen together, right? Like say you put a bunch of Lego block screens together to make an LED, a giant like LED screen room, right? Like say my background right here was nothing but this whole wall was a screen basically, right? And there was arguments going around saying that the way they produced the final experiment is in a room where what you see behind me is a false image. You understand? So that means you have to make the weather, you have to make all the effects and everything else that would give you a winter feel, or basically give you what your environment is. Everything else was fake, like super fake. Snow was fake, the weather was fake. And so everybody, like people that live in environments that are cold, right? Like many of us do that live in the Northeast where it's snowing, people would just call out the small inconsistencies that they noticed, right? Like you live out in the Northeast and it's cold, and it's so cold that what happens? Your nose runs. They were like, well, I don't see these guys sniffling. I don't see these guys wiping their noses. And then another thing, the vape gate. When you live in a cold environment, yeah, you see, you laughing, right? Because you know it's so cold outside, but it's so cold outside, and that the moisture from your lungs is so warm that the contrast between your lungs, your hot lung air, and the cold outside air would clash and make vapor, or make the misty, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Would make the vapor that you see. And
Yeah.
so the vape gate is a big deal to a lot of people, because not only did he not have the breath come out, but they saw him go ahead and put the vape to his mouth and then produce the effect of being out in the cold and everything else. But then after he did it that one time, he couldn't reproduce it, which is strange. Which I'm like, that right there is like,
that was odd, bro.
And that's a red flag.
that's that's as bad as
one
they
and a half
come.
breaths. And I don't know how long your breath in the cold really lasts. If it's cold enough, the cold consumes it really quick.
Yes.
You know, that's
Yes.
entropy, right? I thought it lasted a little long, man. It was all the way out far away from him. It was like, oh, that don't look great. And then right at the same scene, they're asking him to pick up the snow. And first he's like, nah, my hands are cold. All right. Okay. But then he walks, 15, 20 feet over there, comes back with the snow. Like, I don't know. Why?
Why not the snow underneath your feet? You're around snow everywhere. There's that. I guess you could call out footprint gate. That's something I'm making up right now. I'm just making that up.
That was strange too, man. There's a couple of weird things in the videos going around, man.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm not sold on any of this until I'm sure it's coming from the source.
Right.
Because I don't put it past people grabbing the stuff and editing it immediately. So until I hear from these guys and say, yeah, well, I don't know where my footprints went. I don't know. The snow was already compacted so hard. Whatever the reasoning is, I'd like to hear it from these guys.
Yep.
But it looks weird, bro.
It does. And, this is the risk that anybody runs if you're making claims and then you're giving your final product to a community like the flat earth community that nobody believes anything that liars say, right, from the get up. That's one. Two, do you have people from all walks of life that their job is to like go through things like this with a fine-tooth comb? Now, one thing I do know is that some people might get things wrong. And so we need to expect that. Not everything is going to be right, and not everything is going to be perfect. And what I mean by that, for an example, is we had one on my show that said that, they walked past the tripod and then the tripod disappeared. So that's how you could tell that it was a false image, this, that, the third. Really what it boiled down to was, we brought a guy that like specializes in cameras, right? And Live Music, his name is. So he does engineering and cameras and all that. So he basically just told us to change the resolution on it all, right? And because it was like camera compression and everything else, which I've heard of these things, but I didn't know of or truly understand them. But it makes sense, right? But when he had us change the resolution, then you could see McToon walk past the tripod, and then you could see the tripod actually on his arm, and you could see his phone that he was holding up while he was talking. It didn't just disappear and like melt into the background. You could see it based off of the increased resolution, and with finer detail these things tend to stand out, right? And so there was an explanation, and a lot of people wanted to get on the guy that came up and said, oh, they faked it, it was green screen, and say, oh, he was wrong, so the whole thing is wrong. And I'm like, no, you have to understand, maybe if you don't look into certain things fully, like it's easy to make certain mistakes because there are times where we want to rush things and we don't do our full due diligence, and that will happen. You know what I'm saying? So we can expect that for this whole thing. We have to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, go over it again, and then go over it again. But I think, in my opinion, I feel we found quite a few things that are questionable, and then they just need further inquiry. Now I'm just going to land my plane on that.
One more thing about for Vikka and Gene. So Vikka, Gene, you saw the mountain that Vlad posted the picture. So
I'm trying to bring it up again. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's giving us a headache right now.
So if you go to King Nico's channel, you will see side by side two pictures. One picture is this, which Vlad is going to post, and second picture is Duffy in front of that mountain, like from the same angle. And that mountain is which Duffy is standing in front of. That mountain has exactly 100% same snow patterns as the mountain which Vlad showed you. 100% exact snow patterns. So basically, they fucked up. You know, I mean, they couldn't fucked up more. You know. So that's it.
Guys, go check this out. I'm going to put it in the private chat right here. This is the page exactly where you could find that picture. So that right there, if you go to icetrek, excuse me, .com, right? Go to icetrek.com, and then you go to that link exactly, and then you could scroll down. The guys in the regular comment section, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it to you guys as well. And then everybody will have access to it. All right. So that picture right there is the one that if you scroll down after you click that open.
Vlad, try again. Try to present again.
Yeah.
I'm going to add you to see if I can add. And before we continue, let's say hello to Aloha. But before we say hello to Aloha, just everybody in the chat there's a link about there. Come in, say hello, say what you feel. We'd love to hear from you. Amazing people there in the chat. Yes, Aloha, how are you?
Hey, aloha, everybody. Doing good. I'm only going to be with you a few minutes. I'm going to run out of signal here shortly, I think. If not, I'll hang out for a little bit. But yeah, I just watched that video maybe an hour ago with the mountain and the drone beeping. And I think what you just said is what needs to happen. We need to go everything with a fine-tooth comb again and again and again. And for me personally, still be patient until we get more footage back. We allegedly have all this real footage from there that we haven't seen yet. I still haven't heard anything from Austin personally or publicly. So I'm still trusting in Austin. I don't trust in Jaron at all anymore. My personal opinion is he's bought and paid for. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't trust. I never really did trust Jaron, to be honest with you. But I still am trusting Austin, and I want to wait and see what he has to say, being that he was there. And you got more and more people the last couple of days, it seems to be jumping on the bandwagon that the whole thing was faked, and maybe part of it was, and maybe part of it wasn't. Maybe they really were there, but there was still some trickery or fakery going on. I still don't know. For me personally, I still think it's a little bit too soon to tell, and I'm going to be patient and wait until we get more information.
Yeah.
Way to go, bro.
Totally agree.
Agreed.
Might as well. It's all still coming out. These guys barely unpacked their bags yet. They just got grounded, you know?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. What I find funny with that is that you have guys like Dave McKeegan. Soon as they got their butt home, man, they dropped that thing like it was hot. They gave it to everybody what it was that they had, right? And so I'm looking at that and I'm like, but then again, you know, knowing how I know that how crooked this place could be, there's a good possibility, and maybe I could be wrong, where these guys come home with a butt ton of footage, but they've signed their lives away, and then they're like, hey, everything that you captured, we're going to need that. We're going to need to go through it ourselves, and then based off of what it is we find, you'll get the rest. You'll get what we think you should have to give to everybody else at the end. Oh yeah, and by the way, you can't talk about that. You can't say that we went through your stuff after we finished going through your stuff. So these guys, I feel, are caught between a rock and a hard place. We know how crooked this place could be, and how crooked leadership and quote unquote leadership could be. But I mean, hey, they decided this is what they wanted to do, and this is what they're going to have to go up against, and now they have to kind of deal with the community. So, but there it is. There's the mountain that was used. This one right here in the background, and that's the lake.
Before you continue, Vlad, this is the thing. I can second that, because when someone is taking a responsibility of representing a community that is spread all across the plane, you have huge responsibility. Though people might have different opinions about why was the selection or election, that's another thing in its whole self. But yeah, if you landed representing a community, there are going to be difficult questions and situation, and the whole process is going to be right. There are mentally, psychologically, even forget about going to on an expedition and explorer, even if your housing community collective needs much more troubleshooting than what was going on.
Yep, totally.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this reminds me of an old movie. I think it was The Godfather, and they're like, "How'd you get him to sign that? Nobody's going to sign that paper. You're crazy." He says, "Well, I guaranteed him that by the time I left this office, either his signature or his brains were going to be on that paper."
Yeah, and yeah, man, it's crazy. I'm
And I
hearing
hope that's
rumors
not
that
the case.
Well, so do I, but it can't rule it out.
I'm hoping that's not the case. You're right. You can't, but that would be bad. But I'm hoping that other people are speculating that same thing, that there's foul play afoot. And I hope not. But you're right. You can't rule it out.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like these people, and you know, people really need to us getting a lot of flack because they're like, "Oh, you guys are retards. You guys are idiots." No, we're not retards. We're not idiots. You have to look at this thing and take it with a grain of salt, because the reason we're flat earthers in the first place is because everybody was fooled. And I mean, everybody was fooled.
A lot of people are reacting very emotionally.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. It was a bit of a shock, and there's just too much in the air right now.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I like to see more about this mountain, you know, and since there's no real, you know, they were claiming that they had to leave early because of a storm, but I thought they don't get any precipitation down there. So, and I think it would take a lot of precipitation to change what's going on in that mountain too. So I don't know how long that mountain sits there like that for, without snow. When was the last time that mountain saw the real snow?
Keith, what was that?
What you say, bro?
There's another major red flag. I'm saying the weather is another major red flag. I mean, that there doesn't seem to be hardly any wind blowing. It's just perfect blue skies the day that they're there to film. That's another major red flag. Now, some of the red flags that have already come out, I think we've already dug into that and realized, no, that is legitimate, that is real, it's not fake. Like the shadows, that first one the Angels of Light put out, the shadows going longer. Well, Anthony Baer came to my meetup here in Florida, and he and I replicated that on the beach here where I live. We made very, very similar results, and I was the one doing the walking. Anthony was recording my shadow, and the shadow did react like that. It didn't get quite as long, but who knows if the ground was more slanted there or not. And I'm not coming to a defense. I'm just saying we need to be careful not to throw stuff out there and say, oh, look, this is fakery, when we haven't really dug into it and allowed everybody else to look into it as well. I think, and unfortunately, even for Eddie, and I love Eddie, I think we all do, I think Eddie's jumped to a conclusion on some of these things as well, that just doesn't look good for the overall flat earth community. But at this point, I'm not dismissing Eddie. I'm not dismissing Dave. You got a lot of people with these Freemason glasses on. They see Freemasons everywhere they look now. And I just think that's all way premature. We just need to take a step back, take a breath, and be patient.
Vladimir, Vlad.
Yes,
Vlad,
yes, Capitan.
Could you possibly go to, because I'm on my phone, could you possibly go to the video of King's Nico latest video and find it about 7 or 8 minutes, and it would be great if you could if you could screenshot that part where Duffy is in front of the mountain, and above him is this picture with this mountain. So I don't think that people
That's
here
at the 12 minute.
Is it a 12-minute video?
That's at the 12-minute mark. That's at, no, it's a 22-minute or 25-minute video, but the clip he's talking about is at the 12-minute mark. I'm almost positive.
If you find the link, Iron, you can put it on.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I see Truth Behind the Sun, the Globers, Francis, Final Experiment, or is it drone sighting? I see the one with the drones, the geodesic dome.
video is called what video? Latest King Nico's video from today.
Oh, that one. Okay, it's a 28-minute video. I got it. I'll go ahead.
But
yeah,
Keith was saying the timestamp. Yeah, Keith knew the timestamp at 12-minute mark. Keith,
somewhere in the middle, like
12 minutes.
12 minutes. Okay.
Right around the 12-minute mark. And there's a screenshot there showing the old picture of the mountain from 2016 and the one with. You should be able to get a screenshot and show both of them at the same time.
Okay, let me go ahead and share with you guys that here is the video right there. That's the link. And then you guys on the panel, here it is right here.
you have to remove the image you have got there of the website, and then you can request the link.
I wanted to go ahead and share with you guys the link. So let me go ahead and jump right there. The Final Experiment exposed. There it is. Boom. So this is the one from King Nico, and it's at the 11.5-minute mark, I guess, so we could get some understanding as to where we are. So let me go ahead and play that. Can you guys see it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm playing.
War against atheism. And hey, I don't really like Reddit atheists, so maybe I'm on their side. You see, they argue that science is a tool atheists use to undermine Christianity. Evolution? Fake. The Big Bang? All a lie. Round Earth? Don't even get me started there. Instead, they use a very literal interpretation of scripture, like how in the Bible there is the mention of the 4 corners of the earth. I mean, if they say the 4 corners of the earth, obviously a circular earth does not have corners, right? A round earth doesn't have corners, and obviously neither would a flat disc frisbee earth, but you know.
Okay, so Flatworks is saying that.
I mean, why let geometry ruin a perfectly divine narrative?
Flatworks is saying that this is not the right video. However, this is the latest video. This is what's his name's latest video.
Probably the one is probably 9 or 10 hours old now.
Okay.
And if you
scroll up
the 12-minute mark, you should see the mountain.
Okay. So boom, 3 days ago. Final Experiment done. Final Experiment faked.
That's probably it.
Final Experiment. It's got Jaren on the front. Not Jaren, but
good afternoon, everyone. Well, here's the video from another.
Okay, so this is VapeGate at 12 minutes.
No, that's not it.
The vape one. I think the people have already seen, right? The one we are trying to see here is the mountain one. Yeah, take it easy. See if you can find it.
Vlad, on the thumbnail, of the video, that video. What's up now? That video, second from the left.
This one.
That's one.
Okay. Oh, what's up now? Okay.
Not really.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. That is
all
it.
this person's
Yes,
walking
this
around
is
in
it.
this setting here.
So here it is right here.
Yep, all fake. So everyone is seeing and agreeing.
Let me
Another
start it
thing, the
from
drone
10
footage
minutes and
that Will
change.
Duffy supposedly took in Antarctica, that he got special permission to film. All these mountains are fake. This is not real.
Yep, all fake. So everyone is seeing and agreeing. This whole psyop is falling apart. Look at the shadows on this mountain. Look at the straight line there. Look at the 90-degree angles of what's like it doesn't add up. Everything here is fake, is AI generated and added in.
Drone footage of mountains in Antarctica or anywhere. Look at the snow.
I thought this looked fake
Super
too.
fake. Everything is fake that you see here. 100%.
Wow.
A lot of YouTubers do this kind of techniques on their videos. They use fake mountains, fake whatever. It's cheaper, less time consuming than actually, getting real footage. All this is fake, 100% fake.
I'm gonna say it may not be fake. I'm gonna say it might just be old
Another
footage.
thing that
Old footage.
Please continue. Please
Well,
continue.
then it's fake then.
Right.
Yeah, we can before we continue, yeah, go ahead. What you said, Aloha?
I'm saying that might have been real footage, but not footage from when they were there. That might have just been old footage someone showing. But
Yeah,
anyway,
well, if it's old, then it's
this is the
fake,
part.
though, bro.
Yeah,
You
you're
know?
right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
If there's one cheat, if there's one slip, then the whole thing is kind of going down the drain a little bit.
Yeah. Let me continue.
Yeah. This is the part.
Let me go ahead. Continue.
Part.
that gave it away, which was the first
Matter of fact, are you guys having a tough time hearing it or
A little bit.
okay? Let me see
thing
what
that I
can do.
saw that gave it away that they weren't in Antarctica.
And shout out to, I think this is Flatworks' stuff. So shout out to Flatworks. Flatworks is in the audience right now. Shout out, man. Good job again, brother. Very good job.
Yeah, shout out Flatworks, brother.
Oh yeah, the link is up there. If anybody wants to
Yes.
jump in and add in anything, please go ahead.
Let me go ahead.
We have still
and-
people waiting up, so we're gonna be rolling the guests. But yeah,
Yeah. That's for you guys. That's from Flatworks. That's King Nico's. So let me go ahead and continue. I apologize.
Like I said, but this mountain here, it's super fake mountain. They copied and pasted this mountain and everything else in the background. Like I said, matte painting. If you go to Google and do a search on Union Glacier Camp Mountain and then click on images, if you scroll down to the image, this one right here that says Mountains of Travel Photos, click it. And it's the one that says 1198 times 800. Download it and save it to your phone, computer, whatever, before they remove it. This mountain, if I go to where I downloaded it, if I highlight it, it says date taken 11/27/2016 at 3:33 p.m.
3:33
Now
p.m.
to go
It's
back to the mountain where Will Duffy is. Okay, and then we're going to compare it to that mountain.
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser.
Apologies for the bloody ads. So if you see here, he has found a photograph of the mountain from Union Glacier, and this picture was taken in 2016.
So that's it right there. You see it? I just paused it, y'all. So that's just me pausing it. So if you could look at it right here. So if you just look, it's wild. So this right now is at the how far? So it's a 13-minute. It's at the 13-minute 30-second point that I paused it at on this video exactly. But you can see the background, and this is exactly what King Nico's talking about. You see, you guys see it?
Snow is not random, like Brenda said.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'd really like to get 2 large pictures of this and really do some detailed comparisons between the two. I can't tell. It's on my phone, so I can't really tell right now.
Yeah.
Completely.
Really, the only difference is
There is a lot of similarities. Yeah.
Completely the same. Completely the same.
Yeah. Yeah. The one on the bottom is just better detail, finer detail. The one at the top looks blurred out. Plus,
Yeah, a little
looks
bit.
like they added a little bit of a you see the cloud right there at the top right. You see? I guess for a little bit of extra effect. But if you look like go ahead.
Wow, that looks dangerously similar.
Yeah, but you know, how often does it change though? You know?
Well, that's 8 years. That's 2016 to 2024.
And it's stamped, right? The one from 18 is stamped. It's legit.
2016. 2016.
But it's confirmed legit, right?
I don't know. I'm not going to confirm anything.
Yeah.
But if you go look at other pictures of that mountain, it seems to me that there is different snow paths or snow pattern. You know, somebody was saying, "Oh, it's a glacier. They don't change." I don't know, but it's
But here's one thing we need to remember: every time they show people at Antarctica, what do they show? They show wind. Wind. Damn near every single time you see snow just billowing, you see snow blowing. So I'm like, damn.
But is that seasonal?
I don't. That's the thing is I don't know. But I'm like, man, if there's wind down there, could there be wind up there? Plus, it looks all flat at that part.
Wind, snow, sun shining. I mean, come on, people. We don't have to. We don't have to, unsee it because it's there. It's the same,
Yeah, like even if you look next to Duffy's head right here, you see these two right here. They're right over here. Just look at those two. They're right here. They're right here. And then you come down to this little sharp joint right here, right next to his ear. Right, that thing is right here.
Is there anything without Duffy, bro? Is there anything without Duffy in the picture of this? I'd like to get Duffy out of the picture right now.
Let me go ahead and play it. I don't know, but let me go ahead and play it.
No, you mean from the footage that they brought back, right, Gene?
No, the top picture.
Yeah, but from like current footage that they brought back, not an old photo.
Right. Yeah,
that's a good question. That's a good question.
It's a really good question. Let me go ahead and play this.
The one at the bottom here, and the background where they were last week is showing the exact same copy paste mountain. Yes, of course, the mountain's going to be the same, but if you look closely at the details of how the snow is sitting on the mountain and where the dust spots are, it is copy paste job. And if we know NASA and Disney, they are very well known for copy paste jobs with clouds and ridiculousness with their blue marble. This is no different. And yes, at 3:33 that pic was taken, which is why they chose this one to copy paste, because the numbers fall in line with their deception. Yes, the bottom one. So thank you to this guy for pointing that out, Mr. Gematria. Don't fear the truth. Now, this one is absolutely phenomenal. Get ready, buckle up, because this is it. This is the big one.
Okay, this is the drone. Do you want me to continue, Vikka, or?
So disclaimer, yes,
the drone one, yeah. If you want, yeah. Before we continue, any opinions from the panel? And I would also like to, opinions.
He was definitely right by saying that Disney is famous for copy and paste, because the Jungle Book is Winnie the Pooh. It's the same scenario, just a completely different picture. You know, they changed the characters, they changed the rock to a mountain, the little differences, and then they went over the whole thing with different colors. But it's the same steps. You know, you can overlap those two movies and you get a lot of the same exact motions, in other words. They're just different characters. So yeah, watch out for Disney, guys, I guess, right?
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yes, psychedelic.
Yeah, I know exactly what Gene's talking about. And I know a few content creators who have put side by side cartoons where they're basically just using the same animation movement of the cartoon from one to the other. It's just different rendering of the characters, clothing style, and different look.
Yeah.
I'm sure people have also looked into the copy and pasting of the clouds on the blue marble. You know, so
The doubles.
the doubles of the clouds. So this it's nothing new for them to do something like that, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thick ice landscapes. Download free height.
Sorry, guys. And before we continue, I just wanted to play this, guys, just so that the people have idea. You know, it just
Maps.
Okay.
I linked a few sites where you can get these in the description. And import a color map as a plane. Add a subdivision modifier and set it to simple. Then use a displacement modifier and choose the height map as a texture. And we already got a mountain. You can use a color ramp in a shader editor to crunch in some more detail. Import a bunch of height maps so you have a library to choose from. Now you can use all of these mountains to kit bash your scene. Then go to Sketchfab and search for some cliff scans. See what you can find for free. The texture of the scans doesn't matter. Import the models into Blender and remove the material. Add in a new material and just make it a PBR snow material. Now it looks like a ice mountain. Now you can use these scans to populate your scene and add a lot more detail. You can see that this process is more about arranging your assets in the right way and about finding the right composition. Then I used my sky shader pack to create some realistic clouds that also interact with the light of the scene. And here you go, this is a fun way to create some realistic landscapes.
Wow.
Pretty nice looking.
so nothing can be trusted, dude. No shadow, nothing. Right? This is from a computer. Right? No, you don't even need. Right? Maybe even from a mobile phone. I don't know. Yeah. Just one moment. We'll continue with the video.
Dave is in the chat. He said he just made a mountain compare video, so we'll check that out after the show.
Yeah, definitely. If we can get that up here, it'd be awesome.
Dave, the link is up there. Please join. Capster, you have your last thought before we roll, because we have a lot of people waiting, and if anybody cannot be able to join because there are more people waiting, so try in a bit. Capitan, last thoughts, brother, before we rotate.
Thank you, guys. We saw everything that we needed to see. So busted. Thank you.
Good to see you, Capitan. He's a riot.
Yeah, much love, Capitan. Thank
He's
you for
great.
contributing.
FE Nation, how are you doing, brother?
Good. Now, what's
up, Carl?
Can you hear? Hey, Gene. Hello.
Welcome, brother. Welcome, Flat Earth Nation.
Hey, FE Nation, what's happening? You sound like a robot in a little bit, man.
Yeah, it could be. I'm in my car. On the phone. You know, I haven't really said too much. I've just been watching everybody go crazy. You know, we got to look at this with a fine-tooth comb, of course. And, you know, I was reading some Richard Byrd books. Never once did he talk about a midnight sun. And then I watched like 20 of the Periscope shows on Antarctica. Never once did I ever see it. If they was down there during December, never once did I see a 24-hour sun. Only thing that I seen was a moon.
We're losing you, Carl.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Yeah, we lost him. Maybe he tries to come back. Yeah, guys, the link is up there. If you guys want to jump in, go ahead. Iron, Vlad, play the
rest.
clip.
Okay.
Yep.
You got it. Coming right up.
To one of the very few designated areas for the right price. That part is required for both an honest trip or a trip to deceive humanity in 2024. If an Antarctic 24-hour sun truly exists, there are different models that have explained and demonstrated it, even on the legendary Gleason map. A mountain of evidence still exists to reasonably assume otherwise, though. As presented in my previous video, the globe model was also shown to be an impossibility. Sadly, with today's technologies that can fool most anyone and the major stakes on the line, not to mention the long history of deceit from Antarctica, what human can you fully trust? I'm only making observations, not personal attacks or jumping to certain conclusions about each individual's part or situation in all of this, based on this evidence alone. So the rest is up to the individual to decide how to interpret and react to this information.
True that.
Now, have you guys seen Eric Dubé's video from today? The new one is about 8 hours old.
Oh no, everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, what he did is he did a real good job putting together several of the pieces that we've all seen over the last couple of days. That might be worth watching next. I think it's not that long. Anyway, we watched it on the live earlier.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 minutes. I did catch it.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
Now, this is one that I got yesterday. This is called the Chill Sesh with the Antarctic Crew. And apparently this is what's her name? Candace Owens's person that went down to go do this whole video thing. This guy, his testimony is what I was given towards the end of my show on Friday, and I played that for everybody. And it was a guy that came in there. He didn't want to be seen, but his, it's crazy. Like just hearing all this stuff from all these different corners as to how it turned nighttime at one point, and they're not talking about it. And
is this that Herman guy, that Mark Herman?
I think so. And I'm just sitting there like, oh my Lord, what? Like, where the hell do we begin, man? There's so much stuff. There's so many opposing information, opposing opinions. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. Would you guys like to see it? Would you guys like to hear it? It should be at least a minute or so, not long at all.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, let me
Go
stop
ahead.
Let me present y'all that one. There it is, the clubhouse. Maybe this looks familiar to y'all right here. Okay, let me go ahead and play it.
And that was 10 kilometers. And I'll tell you, so when we were at the camp one day, a plane came in, a snow otter, little red airplane, and we flew in one also. And we were told it was coming in because I was droning, and they're like, okay, we got to wait. So plane will be here in like 15 minutes. So myself and Dave were like, let's go shoot it. So we ran down to get away from everyone and the experiments and the noise and talking because I had sound. We ran down the road to go to a better vantage point, a little different spot, and film it. And as the plane comes in, it disappears. First the front of it, and then the tail is like the last thing. It disappears under the slope of the snow, which I don't know how far it was. We could measure on what I guess what Google says or the tracking devices we used, but it did disappear. So it wasn't exactly flat as you would think. And then on top of that, we went to the blue ice runway, and then we went beyond it to this wind scoop thing, which was like closer to the glacier.
Wait, hold on. Pause it real quick.
night-
Yep.
That's Vikka. That's Jonathan Morandi speaking. That's
okay.
That's the filmmaker who's making the film.
Jonathan Morandi.
Okay, so which platform was that?
Can you start it up again from the beginning? My bad. I just
That's
recognized
okay.
his voice.
That's all right. Matter of fact, let me bring it back a little bit more to the 28:45 mark.
Yeah,
And
that's not the Candace Owens guy. That's the guy that Will Duffy is hiring. He's
okay.
allegedly
Right, yeah.
allegedly a flat earther, but he's being paid for by Will Duffy. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I think that's a major conflict of interest, and I don't trust it at all.
Right. This is something that they slipped over to me, and I'm like, oh my Lord. I'm like, this is all stuff coming in from everywhere. But one thing that the folks pointed out was what he said, not anything sloping downwards. I'm like, that's bull. That's all cap. But something along the lines of what the sky looked like, or rather the time of day. So it should be around here. So let me go ahead and play it for y'all.
That could be annoying. That could be spam. But I think, like, at the least, I put my email in this group. This group's here talking about it. I didn't visit groups, but like I said, but like now I am. Now I know where to look. I at least have 3 people to look towards. Liz presenting this. She's got some great people behind her from like a NASA optical scientist. I mean, I just want to talk to that guy about lenses and glass as it is. So that's a really cool person to have. I think, Jaron is a very sincere person, and the person I met in Antarctica is someone I'm definitely interested.
That's highly debatable, but whatever. That's none of my business. Let's continue.
To hear, like myself, when he's had time to really process it. Like, you understand, we were around 8 strangers all day long, all of us, like meals, and then in rooms, rooming with people we didn't know, and then on excursions or in buses or back to meals. And that can be very overwhelming, I think, for like processing. So I'm back now, and I almost want to shut it out, except this is the kind of conversation I want to have, a little bit more of like a defined approach. I don't want just people asking me, is it round or flat, that I already know, that I've already, probably led them to these beliefs for so long. Like, those aren't the conversations that are going to stimulate what I need to explore. These are. And I'm curious what Jaron and Whitsitt are going to also do. And obviously Elizabeth is in here with us, and cares very deeply about it. So,
yeah,
let's go.
So John, it appeared where you guys was very flat, and that's the one experiment I wish you guys could have done, is go at least a few miles and show how flat of a place you guys were in.
Well, actually, I can touch on that. So I do have some footage of a plane landing at our camp when we were at a place called the halfway point, or I think that's what we called it. The plane, it's hard to see, you can't see our camp from where we were, and you can't see where we were from our camp, but they're not that far. The route is elongated because we had to go this like loop. We have to stay on this loop to go around it where the cars are, because it's like compacted with like machine cars, so like all the trucks can ride on it easily. And so we'd go this like long way around it, but we also took an excursion, and I took 2 of them to something called the I think it was called the wind scoop, or like the something scoop, or the it's basically where the glacier comes down from the Antarctic plateau, and it's very obvious. It's towards a spot called Elephant Rock, which, if you're looking at Mount Rossmore from in our camp, it's directly to the right. And that was 10 kilometers. And I'll tell you, so when we were at the camp one day, a plane came in, a snow otter, little red airplane. We flew in one also. And we were told it was coming in because I was droning, and they're like, okay, we got to wait. So plane will be here in like 15 minutes. So myself and Dave were like, let's go shoot it. So we ran down to get away from everyone and the experiments and the noise and talking, because I had sound. We ran down the road to go to a better vantage point, a little different spot, and film it. And as the plane comes in, it disappears. First the front of it, and then the tail is like the last thing. It disappears under the slope of the snow, which I don't know how far it was. We could measure on what Google says. or the tracking devices we used, but it did disappear. So it wasn't exactly flat as you would think. And then on top of
let's
that,
continue. Let's
we
continue.
went to the blue ice runway, and then we went beyond it to this wind scoop thing, which was like closer to the glacier. And I went back at night the same day with just Will to fly our drones.
Did you hear that? Did you guys? I know it was a while, but let me rewind that part again.
Yeah, at night.
Yeah. Let's hear it one more time.
So myself and Dave were like, let's go shoot it. So we ran down to get away from everyone and the experiments and the noise and talking, because I had sound. We ran down the road to go to a better vantage point, a little different spot, and film it. And as the plane comes in, it disappears. First the front of it, and then the tail is like the last thing. It disappears under the slope of the snow, which I don't know how far it was. Like we can measure on, I guess, what Google says, or the tracking devices we used. But it did disappear. So it wasn't exactly flat as you would think. And then on top of that, we went to the blue ice runway, and then we went beyond it to this wind scoop thing, which was like closer to the glacier. And I went back at night the same day.
At 32:38, you heard what he said. I went back at night.
Easy.
Let me just interject in there real quick. Now I do know. Now this is just me speculating, but I'm just gonna say that, you know, I'm not defending him or anything, but I'm just saying maybe he said nighttime because maybe it was like it was a part of it was like a nighttime. It was maybe like 2 in the morning when it should have been a nighttime, but even though the sun was still out circling around them for 24 hours, maybe
I was
just like
thinking,
out of habit, right?
yeah,
right.
maybe he was just saying, "Oh, it was nighttime," because it's the time he's usually in it, thinking that it's nighttime based on, you know, where
I
he
was
used.
thinking the same thing. I was just thinking that, yeah, possibly, you know,
But
based
I
off
don't know
of how
for
you
sure. Yeah,
feel.
I'm just speculating here.
Right. But these things matter. These words matter.
Yeah.
And also seeing a slope, I'm like, look, man, based off of what everybody's seen, and I know Antarctica is a totally different place. Nobody's seen curvature nowhere. So now you go to Antarctica and you start seeing what resembles a curvature. I'm like, okay.
Well, it's a smaller radius at the top and bottom, you know.
Yeah, right. Oh boy, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so I say that, but then again, at the same time, you know, like that's also kind of fishy because, like, in another sense, like, what would be considered nighttime, you know, like, like we don't know what he would consider nighttime, like the time he usually would maybe, I don't know, maybe think about going to bed or something, or
maybe
I
when
would
it's
say
dark outside.
daytime is light, nighttime is dark, is what most people would think. Daytime
Right.
is light,
Yeah.
Really.
that's normal.
Right. And I mean, us giving them the benefit of the doubt is one thing, but that's real talk right there. Day is light, night is dark. Everybody knows that.
Hey guys, I want to bring up something. Excuse me. About the weight. You know, the weight restrictions. We're really super tight down there. So shouldn't things weigh less down there?
That's what they say. That's
Or no,
that's
I'm sorry. It's more. It's more at the poles, less at the equator because you're getting thrown off. You weigh less. Is that right?
Yeah, but that's another one red flag, Gene, is that the flat earthers were told they could only have one 55-pound bag. Then after they get there, they were told, oh, you could have as many 55-pound bags as you wanted. So the Globers, many bags as they want, 55 pounds each. And the flat earthers, for some reason, were under the assumption that they could only have one bag at 55 pounds. That's
bro. I don't know how that slipped by.
Yeah,
consistently throughout the whole thing until they got there. That's not funny. You know, these guys were scrambling to tighten up their, you know, their what they were carrying with them, and they're jumping through hoops on fire to bring the right stuff. And meanwhile, they're like, "Oh yeah, sorry, you could have brought more." But my question is the weight difference. It should have weighed different if the globe was real. And And the other thing I wanted to bring up about weight is, Jaron dragging a sled across flat ice is one thing. With 200 pounds, right? I'd like to see how much of an incline you get before you can't pull that 200 pounds up anymore, and it's not going to be too much, because as much as it glides, you're still pulling 200 pounds, and it's fighting against you.
Yes.
And on ice, with that thing has no brakes.
Yep.
You have no room to go backwards and readjust, and you got nothing. You have to 100% of the time pull, or at least stop that from pulling you backwards.
Yeah, exactly. And so
on
it makes
a flat surface, yeah, you could push it and like bowling almost,
right
or like
on a
what's
flat
that?
surface,
That crew
where you have
game or whatever, right?
Yeah, a flat surface where you have some where you could actually dig your heels in. You can actually apply a force down and not have to worry about slipping and busting your
You
tail.
need a lot of resistance.
Yes. So there's going to be that point to where it's like you can't possibly pull on the ice because you're going to slip just as much as that dang stuff that you're pulling is going to slip.
Bro. And it's like a train. A train can only go up a certain degree, or else the steel on steel it doesn't work anymore. It's over. Game over. You gotta make that incline slider, and it's not that much. I think it's like 10 degrees or something.
Damn.
It's really not that
Are we
much.
done with that, Iron Blood?
Yeah.
Are we done with the video, or?
So we're done with that video. Yes.
Okay,
that's one thing I
so,
wanted to point out. But now we've got the Eric Dubé final experiment fakery right here.
All right, so we'll wait for it a bit. We will I just wanted to ask Dave. Dave, did he send some link about he's having some video about the mountains? Did he say something earlier? I missed that comment.
He did it with a computer. He overlapped them.
Yes.
The links in the link chat.
The links in the chat.
Okay, so you want to get that? Vlad?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I've got
And
that
we
right
will
there.
gonna add our next caller. Let's see who was there before. Tony.
Tony is okay. So
yo, what's up, Tony? How you doing?
Yo, I mean, guys, come on. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm still waiting for them to get back and do shows. Come on. Like, we're all going crazy with the speculation. It's just what I think. That's my opinion. I didn't want to hang too long.
We don't want to. What do you want? We Tony, that we watch Netflix now? What do you want, Tony? We're just trying to.
I know Netflix is propaganda. I know it. I'm not watching Netflix. I'm, into this flat earth stuff. But honestly, Jaron, they're not even really back yet and doing stuff. I am 100% holding all reservations and stuff on that. So
maybe the spirit is still in Antarctica, Tony. Maybe the spirit is still in Antarctica of Jaron. Looks like, right? We are just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. We're not saying this is the reality or this is the truth, Tony. We're just listening to everybody who wants to say whatever they think, right?
Exactly.
We are not trying to put in somebody in one team or the other. Come on, man. We are discussing flat earth. It is the reason one of the biggest project they make, and we're trying to see what the hell is happening. That's it, Tony, brother. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I just feel like I wrote down one thing here. I just said, everyone is making opinions about people when they're not watching all of their stuff, okay? So I'm seeing that because I am watching all of their stuff. So I'm hearing, stuff being brought up as speculative where that has been discussed, the whole thing. How would they know that they're down in Antarctica? I happen to be sitting in this exact claim. I think that Jaron and Austin are enough straight shooters in my books that I believe that they would know if they didn't get taken there. And then that new girl, Lizbeth and stuff, everyone can check out this stuff as much as they want. And I've been trying to check it all out. I've been kind of doing all this stuff. I'm just hearing a lot of stuff that has been discussed, but not everyone's hearing everything, and I'm just seeing a lot of speculation before they're really back. I just wanted to chime in about that.
We agree with you, bro. We said that.
Same, bro.
It's too soon, bro.
Yeah, but at the same time, man, there's so many inconsistencies. Vapegate, bro. Vapegate, really?
Yeah, I am not so quick to say. I think Austin knew that he's faking the vape, and I'm waiting on him to say that. No, I've seen Austin in real life a couple times. I think he's probably a straight shooter guy. I honestly do think that. I know it, but it's just weird to be calling in here saying that as though I'm the one who's stepping out saying that. Like everyone that's been on panel so far has kind of not Gene and Vikka. You two have still started with saying you're holding your reservations, but then everyone that's been brought up, just hey guys, I'm Tony. Nice to meet you guys, and I know some of you guys. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but just everyone has been coming at them like before they're really back. Like a little too speculatively, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. It's no big deal.
Okay. All right. Okay. Of course, you know, even after they give us what they produce, we're going to go through that like a fine-tooth comb as well. And
that's fine.
But here's the thing, like even before they left, a lot of things came into question, right? Calling people idiots if they didn't believe certain things, if certain things were seen. Meanwhile, ain't nobody been down there at the time. I think that's unfair to the community. And I think that's unfair to the people that watch you, to not give them the benefit of the doubt, to be like, well, you know, you can believe what you believe.
I hear you. I hear you on that, Vlad. But Vlad, I just want to say one thing. Jaron does do his call-in show. If anyone has any questions, they could have called in and said that. Everyone, right. I mean, it has been stuff that has been discussed. So even if you didn't know it, you can still call in and say that. Like, right. I mean, Jaron's going to do a call-in show too. Everyone can call him and ask him, you know, whatever. I mean, and same with Austin. They're all kind of reachable. They're in these public things. They're doing stuff. They can be asked stuff before I'd ever want to get like, you know, suspect that they're bought out or something. I so don't think that.
Yeah, but you know,
that's the last place I'm gonna go, bro. It's gonna take a real lot to convince me of that.
Yeah. Until I see it, you know.
What's that?
We're also big boys and big girls in this flat Earth thing. So it's like, you know, it's not us that you need to talk to, but it's those with the bigger channels, right? The Eddies, the Level Earth observers that are there and available for you to go out and talk with these guys. Hey, if you disagree based off of what you see, let's talk about it, right? Get on my channel and let's discuss it. Let's show about it. And so then the two opposing, you know, opinions, or the two opposing observations based off of what they see and what we see over here, they can hash it out. They can discuss it, right? Then us on the gallery could talk about it. And so this is stuff that I've tried to gen up, and I'm like, hey, man, before you go out here and you say this about a whole community of people, why don't you talk to those guys that you disagree with, right? Why don't you get them on your show or discuss it with them? Well, you know, he went to Bro Sanchez's show and we saw what happened.
Right? I saw that too. And then what if you look at the Sanchez thing, I put one comment on when Sanchez kind of changed his tune. He's like, oh, that's what they're saying it's going to do. And okay, it really comes down to the thing. Jaron and Austin went down and they say they saw the 24-hour sun. It just went around them there. I mean, we can speculate with a lot of stuff. I see it as nothing but progress. And I'm just waiting for them. Anyone still has any questions, you know, he's got that speaker's corner thing. I'm not trying to get in a whole debate about it. I'm okay with Jaron. I'm fine with people not being okay with Jaron. Totally fine with that. Cool. Just wanted to call, chime in here. Ain't even trying to hang too long. I'm probably going to hop off. But
all right. It's good to see you, though.
Yeah, Vlad, good to see
Tony,
you.
Tony, yeah, absolutely, brother. That's why I said every opinion people want to give about whatever, all is welcome. We all are looking at it from every different angle, brother. So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, brother. Thanks for jumping in.
But just shout out. If anyone has any questions for him, he does his call-in show. I call in there all the time. Oh, I'm a fanboy for Jaron. Oh, but I just think, you know, I just want to hold on the speculation. Jaron and Austin, I think they're both cool. Just everyone consider that.
All righty. So, Vlad,
good stuff, Tony. Thanks, bro.
Dave has just left a link. You want to take that?
Which
in the chat?
Which link are we looking at right here? Is it
Dave? It's here. Here is a mountain comparison link.
Oh, yeah. I think I've got that one. That's FE Nation.
No, Dave has shared.
Yep. Is that the one from King Nico again?
No, that he's saying he did the mountain comparison. Let's see if it's the same or.
Yeah, in the private chat, right?
No, in the main chat.
Oh man, let me see. Dither.
Dave.
Oh, I see it. Yep, the mountain comparison. I see it right here. All right, let me go ahead.
Yeah,
And
let's play that first.
Yep, truth in plain sight. Let me drop that in there. Okay, boom. Yeah, this is it. Let's go ahead and I'll jump to that with everybody. Matching mountains. Yep, that's it. All right, you guys see it? Can everybody see it?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, let's play it from the top. There you go. But you can see the background, and this is exactly what King Nico is talking about.
The volume is too low.
Yeah, that sounds like that was my show the other day. That I could hear my voice. I was like, is that me? Yeah, that's me. That's the volume's low because it's like a video within a video. This is as high as it goes. Mine is as high as it goes.
It's a psyop within a psyop.
Well, no.
Go ahead.
All right, so just listen carefully. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. But you can see the background, and this is exactly what King Nico is talking about. You guys see it?
Snow is not random, like Randa said.
Exactly.
I'd really like to get two large pictures of this and really do some detailed comparisons between the two. I can't tell, it's on my phone, so I can't really tell right now.
Yeah, really the only difference is similarities, yeah.
Completely the same. Completely the same.
The one on the bottom is just better detail, finer detail. The one at the top looks blurred out. Plus, looks like they added a little bit of a you see the cloud right there at the top right. See, I guess for a little bit of extra effect. But if you look, I'll pause. I'll rewind it a little bit where he kind of slowed it down and like slowed out the superimposition.
What do you mean, Dave? What's happening here then?
So I paused it right there, and it looks like if you look, you could see the other image, right? You can see the other image. You see that right there? That's the other image. See that? This part right here.
Right.
And then you can see the rest of the other image in there. The other image looks bigger.
A little bit.
It just looks bigger than this one right here. But let me go ahead and let me play it. Let y'all see it again. You want me to slow it down a little bit? Would you like if I slowed it down?
Yes.
You guys?
I think it's okay with me.
Okay. Let me go ahead and change the playback speed.
Hey, Vlad, I have one question before you play that, buddy. Do you know the timestamp as far as day and year, like exact day and year of the original underneath photo?
Oh, no,
Not the one that's overlaid?
I have no idea. Negative. I do not know.
They didn't mention it's from 2008 years before.
Look at the clouds in these two right now. The clouds look the same. They're at the same angle with their clouds. They could be sky vitamins.
Well, all right. Let me go ahead and play that. And it's slowed down. So
RG, I'm going to drop you for a bit. Be in the studio, brother. I'll add you on in a bit because Dave is here waiting. All right?
Yep, sounds good.
Be in the studio, brother.
I would like 2 hard copy photos and a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
What's happening, Dave?
Hey, am I in? Can you hear me?
What's up, Dave?
Yeah.
All right,
We hear you.
Listen, turn the sound down on that. That's just this show. I recorded it while listening to this show. So mute the video. Just hit the mute button on the bottom of the video. And then zoom in, go about halfway through, and you'll see my mouse is circling some areas. And this is a trick we did in the printing industry. When you're looking at a blueprint over an original, you kind of flick it back and forth, and then you can see the little changes. And there's significant changes. But if you look at that mountain, all of those white streaks, those are valleys in the mountain, and that's glacial ice, right? So the wind blows over there. Any loose snow gets blown off, and it's not going to change much. But there's a lot of changes. The last peak on the upper left changes drastically, and over on the right, there's some major snow changes. But if you could zoom in on that, can you pinch the window and zoom in?
On the top left?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, go in a little deeper. And get the right-hand side of the video. Yeah, now the right-hand side of the mountain a little bit. Slide it over a little bit. Go to the right a little more. There you go. Beautiful. Now bring it up a little. I think that's it. So now just hit play on the video.
Does that look like a profile to me? Or am I just...
So if you look right where my mouse is, or somebody's mouse, you'll see the I mean, you have to look. You have to look carefully.
Yeah,
it's not a copy paste. It's very similar, but it's not a copy paste. And I want to say something for all the people in the chat that are freaking out. Are you going to let Dave get away with this? I think this thing was fake as fuck, and I think that all of you guys are debunking it. Are missing how big the debunk is. I don't think there was a green screen. I don't think there was LED screens. There might have been a firmament screen. Okay, we don't know. But what these guys filmed, they filmed it. They didn't fake the film. The whole scene might be fucked up and fake, but they're not lying. So wait until the videos come out, and you're going to see through cross-referencing, hey, whatever they filmed it, but they're not in a studio, right? And then I want to say everyone's sending me the friggin' drone gate, right? I have a drone. Get a drone. Okay, and launch it just like he did. It'll beep because it's too close to you. And then fly it backwards or forwards or sideways. It doesn't matter. And when it gets over near McToon, it'll start beeping again because it's near McToon. Whether he's on the side of it, the front of it, or behind it, it'll beep, right? And so I don't know why people can't see that. And they have to, oh, that's it. It's getting near the screen, right? It's bullshit. We're running with fake. We're making ourselves look stupid. We're making friggin' the Globers we're feeding them nonsense. Now, it's okay to speculate. It's okay to go, hey, this looks weird. Let's analyze it. But do not make any friggin' firm decisions, final conclusions until you see the videos. All right. Now you could say, oh, everything's fake, and that King Nico guy, he hasn't gotten a single thing right yet, and everyone is mirroring his stuff. Rory Cooper, he's getting everything wrong too. Okay? And everyone's mirroring it without thinking. Like Rory on his 360 video, he goes, and he was arguing with Homo sapien, and he's saying that the Homo sapien saying that the camera doesn't move, and Rory's like, the camera is moving. I can see it moving. Rory's looking at the 360 camera, which doesn't move. Filming in the distance of 5 or 10 feet away is McKeegan's rotating camera, the one that is tracking the sun. He goes, I can see the camera moving. Sure, he can see a different camera moving that's filming something else. But the video, the 360 video, the camera doesn't move. So there is no parallax. And Rory's claiming that the parallax proves that it's fake. No, the parallax proves that the camera isn't moving. Right? So again, we need to friggin' think rationally. I think they're using frequencies on us and making people just freak out and not think rationally, right? I have good friends that are involved in that are involved in the flat Earth community that have a good head on their shoulders, and they're getting trapped in these conclusions that are incorrect. And this King Nico guy got a great voice. He's very masculine, and he talks like he's friggin' right on, and everyone runs with his bullshit. Okay. Now, here's the funny thing. King Nico and I are on the same fucking team. We've been deceived. Earth is flat. This doesn't prove shit, right? But he's dividing the whole community and making us look like assholes, making us look like idiots.
One question for you, Dave. Shout out to Robert Attack for the super chat. He's saying, why is nearly everyone against Vibe of Cosmos? Why does Dave suppress Voice of Cosmos? WTF?
I just want to point out
who is Voice
this
of
is
Cosmos?
another lack of research. Okay, how many times have I featured Vibes of Cosmos on the friggin' app? Okay, how many times? More than anybody else. How many times have I pointed out I like Vibes of Cosmos? I think that there's something to research there. I'm not hanging my hat on it, but I like it. Okay. And so for him to say that I'm suppressing shows what a shitty researcher that person is.
Alrighty. So
that's like me saying, Vikka, how come you're suppressing the anti-cathera mechanism? Why don't you promote that? Why are you're a shill? Can you explain yourself? That's how stupid that is. That's how poorly researched that comment is.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is funny. Thank you, Jan. I'll be here all day. Thanks for that. You gotta laugh. You gotta fucking laugh. But let me tell you something. This is pathetic. I spoke with Austin today, by the way, and you just wait. He's gonna come out. He literally just getting home. He literally was. We were texting, trying to find a time to talk, and we said, okay, we'll talk in 10 minutes, and he fell asleep. Okay, he fell asleep before he got on the freaking call. Right, the guy is shot. He's traveling with 2 little kids, airplanes, family, coming back from Antarctica. He's sick. He didn't sleep for 11 days. And people are like, oh, sleep deprivation. Oh, that's a good excuse. You tried it. You tried to do what Austin did. If I went there, I would have fucking died. Okay.
So,
right.
So Dave, how do you explain VapeGate? Like, this is something that
I talked to him about that. I talked to him about that. And he did have a vape there. He had a vape that he found in his luggage that he forgot about from a long time ago. I don't think he smoked that vape right there, but he did go inside. It was warm. He did drink water, and he breathed out, and you have a moist air, whatever, condensation. But here's the thing: if that was true, there should be no videos where smoke is or fog is coming out of the mouth. There's a bunch of videos where every breath is fog. Okay, and that has to do with the dew point and how cold it is. It was 19 degrees here the other morning. I was outside. There was no breath. There was nothing because the dew point was really low, I guess. I don't know what it was, but I had no fog. And then other days at 30 degrees, I do have fog.
Dave, is that what it is, Dave? It's called the dew point? I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is.
When you're inside and breathing warm, moist air, your lungs are warm, you have more moisture, your mouth is, you drink some water, and then you go outside, then it goes, your lungs quickly get dried out. They normalize to the surrounding air, and then it goes away. But if you look at, I think it's Austin's last live stream, every single breath, there's fog coming out of his mouth. So what did they just get the air conditioners working in the LCD studio for that last video? Or have you guys not looked at this? And the other one that's going on out there is no footprints in the hard pack ice, the groomed ice. And the fact that Austin had to walk to where there was some loose snow so he could get a snowball. He's standing on groomed, packed snow that freezes, that becomes ice if there's a little snow blowing off the mountains or whatever, right? And I've walked on that shit all the time. And you don't leave footprints. I actually wiped out and landed and fucking broke my ass, and I didn't even leave a dent because it was so damn hard, right?
Dave,
in
on
Vermont.
those prints, Dave, on those videos, like showing those footprints, there wasn't even a scratch in the ice, like nothing. It was nothing there. That's what
I'm with you. I'm with you. Hey, looks suspicious. Let's go test it out. Somebody go to fucking a mountain in New Hampshire, go to a ski mountain where they groom the snow, and it sits there and it's cold and the sun was hitting it and it gets a little glaze on the top of it, and walk on it and see if it reacts the same. I've walked on tons of snow. I used to snowboard every friggin' weekend. Okay. And there are times like that when it's cold where it sucks. It sucks to snowboard because the groomed snow is so friggin' hard, and it's like ice. And ice is ice. I mean, you can sit on the pond with 2 inches of ice. What's that?
Flat Earth Viking says hard packed snow. Like, we listen. I'm from New York. We get snow. Maybe if you're FE Viking and say you live in Minnesota, I'm sure you guys get more snow than us New Yorkers. But I've lived with snow my whole life. Used to have to shovel this stuff, and I absolutely hate it. So I've dealt with hard snow, black ice, regular, loose snow, all that. You know what I'm saying? Slush. But it doesn't do that when you could walk on it, right? And then you're gonna affect it to some degree still. So
Listen.
that I can't co-sign that, Dave. I'm sorry, bro.
You know what? Listen. You have to be in the right conditions, and sure, sometimes it's different. I've experienced that way. Don't believe me. We have to look, but there's going to be so much video coming up. I bet there is video where some areas there are footprints, where some areas there's not. I bet there's plenty of video that we're going to be able to cross-reference, but you haven't seen it yet. And by the way, I told Brenda not to address me. She addressed me again, so I just banned her. So if you want to unban her, feel free, but I just banned her. Or him.
All right. So another question for you. Shout out to Chilster Deluxe for the super chat. He says, Dave, why was Will Duffy head missing from his MTC? I don't know what he means, but if you can see the chat.
What is it? What does it say? Why is Will Duffy? I didn't see that. Where is it?
It's a second super chat.
Second super chat from Stefan. Don't gaslight Dave. What?
No. It's a super chat. It just said, Dave, why was Will's head missing from this? I don't know what's the last word. It's MTC HUP.
I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to.
Okay, then there's another one from. If you want to address that one, from Chilster Deluxe. Chilster, you want to make
Vikka, he's saying,
specific.
He's asking Dave, why was Will's head missing from this matchup? Like these two pictures matching up.
Oh, because somebody Edward Hendry sent me the two pictures, and those are the two that I looked at. They're actually two clean pictures. How can I send them to you? The two pictures that I use. Will's not in those pictures. One is the old picture, and another one is another shot that those guys took there without Will in it. So I'm not using the same pictures. I'm using the old one, and then the one that has the ice sculpture in it. One that's it says Union Glacier. I think that's the one that Will used. I don't know. Listen, Edward Hendry sent me the pictures. And I think I got the right pictures. He said one is from here, let me look. It says one is from Edward Hendry. Two photos below are from Mount Rossman. One is from 2023. Oh, okay. One's from it wasn't with those guys. One is from 2023 and the other is from 2016. So it's just a clearer shot of the mountain that I used.
Sandro's saying right here that maybe we should wait till Netflix.
Well,
you think this is bad? Wait till Netflix is released. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here, but here's the thing. Everyone here knows that the earth is flat. Everyone here doesn't trust Will Duffy. Everyone here knows that globers lie. Everyone here thinks that there's some sort of deception, but hasn't quite figured it out yet, right? Everyone here knows that the thing that happened in September in New York City isn't what they told us, but lots of us have different ideas and we're trying to figure it out. We're all on the same team. And if this King Nico would shut his mouth and actually communicate and run things by other people, then maybe we would get somewhere. But instead, they got us fighting with each other like they're shooting frequencies at us, making us angry, right? It's crazy. Vikka, you're doing a great job here. Everything's good. I love the discussion. But let's wait until we see all the evidence. Let's stop pointing fingers.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Vikka,
This is what it's for, right? People, Nico put this up. You came, you did the comparison. That's
Nico's
what it's all about.
Everything wrong so far. But
all right. So another question, Dave. Another question. Shout out to Stefan226. He says, "Don't gaslight us, Dave. Plasma secret tech you are pushing is more crazy."
Listen, I'm just saying I'm not ruling it out. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going on, right? I have, there's a lot of people speculating on a lot of things. All I know is that there's too much evidence from the last decade and a half that there shouldn't be a circling sun. Now, maybe there is for 2 weeks a year. Maybe there's no more circling sun right now. I don't know. I wasn't there, and you can have witnesses. Oh, we worked here for 15 years. Maybe, who knows what's going on, but we're trying to figure out what's crazy. Thinking that they could project directed energy up onto the dome and make it look like a sun is less crazy than them being in an Amazon studio with LED screens, right? I was supposed to go on this trip. This trip was designed for me to go. I was the one. Okay. I saw through the bullshit. I said, I'm not walking into that nonsense. And then Jaron and Austin went for damn good reason, because if they didn't go,
Dave, one question. Dave, one question. So did
Yep.
you personally mention Austin and Jaron this feeling that this is a psyop? You sense it. Did you
Yes.
try to communicate, and what was the
I've said
response?
on many streams, I said, one thing we know, we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if there's a circling sun or not. We don't know if they're going to fake it. We don't know if it happens on a cycle. We don't know if Joe's model is right. We don't know anything. The only thing that we know is they're not going to let you see the sunset. That's for sure. And everyone kind of agreed with that. Like, either the trip will be canceled, it'll be cloudy. You know, we came up with lots of different reasons why they would do this. But one thing we knew for sure is they weren't going to let us see the sunset.
So Maria Walker has a good question. She's like, why is that less crazy? Maria Walker is one of the later posts.
Why is what a plasma projection
why is
sky?
that less?
I don't think it's crazy at all, to be honest.
No, you said
but
why?
I'm not going to push it because I have zero proof of it.
No, she's saying, why is that phenomenon less crazy than them making it in the studio, in the Amazon studio?
Because here's the thing, Jaron. So this is what you have to believe, and guess what? I'm the only one that knows this is true, right? I was supposed to go. What if I said yes? That means I'm in on it also. I know that I'm not in on it. So they defaulted from me after begging me to go, after trying to force me to go, pressure me to go, making hundreds of videos about me to go. And I didn't go. I said, screw off. I don't want anything to do with you. So then they went to Jaron and Austin, right? And then they made every deal they can to get them to go there. They agreed to everything because they needed credible witnesses. I was the number one. So the fact that I didn't go, that means, maybe it was meant to go that way. And so those guys would go, and then they're shills. It's crazy. That's crazy. It's nuts. Because I'm not a shill.
Dave, you gotta realize where we're coming from too. And why we think this is bullshit, because many of us feel that you're part of this whole thing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going, but I'm telling you, because I'm not going to lie to you. You got to see it from where we're coming from.
I already pointed that out. I am the only one that knows I'm not a shill. You guys do not know it, but some of you are spiritually connected enough to see through the bullshit, to sense where the evil is. I don't know what the answer is, but I know that I'm not a shill. Therefore, I know that Jaron and Austin are not a shill. Now, if I was not involved with this, I would be right where you guys are, speculating the fuck that these guys could be actors, because there's a lot of crazy shit, a lot of shit going on. But I would also be where Tony that's called in,
Tony
Coriolis, and chill. Wait, let's look at the evidence, because mark my words, save this clip. When it all comes out, all the people that are making these conclusions that are incorrect are going to be eating their words. Eric Dubé, there's a circling sun. Then he gets there and he goes, well, they always said there's no, first there's no circling sun. Then he said there is. Then he said Joe's model's good. Now he says it's an Amazon studio. He's just parroting. He's like gish galloping from one excuse to the other because he's so triggered. He's not researching. Okay. It took me a couple seconds to put that video together. Yes, there are changes in it. I understand how glacial ice works. There's not a lot of snow there, so it's not going to change a lot. But there are veins on that mountain that are different, right? You don't buy the snowpack thing. Let's investigate it more. Let's look a little deeper. Let's get some more videos. Investigate all these things, but don't make conclusions based on poor evidence. I'll be the first one to call those guys out for being actors and shills. Let's see the evidence, because I haven't seen it yet.
And that's another thing people don't believe. Nobody believes that you're going to call them out because of the amount of time you have invested in them. You cool with them and everything else. And this is something that I saw, and I was cautious. I'm like, hey, you need to be cautious with things like that, because like you've had years upon years with Jaron, with Austin.
So is this a long play? Is it in your book? So we've for a decade or more, we've been planning this. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't know about the timelines like that.
Well, I've been friends with Jaron for over a decade. Austin, 5 or 6
for 10 years. I'm not saying that you guys have been planning that for 10 years. I'm saying that you've been cool. So you've been friends with them for a decade. So you have time invested in people. You've developed relationships, probably seen his kids being born. There's a lot involved, and then to just drop that at the drop of a dime, if you sense or if you smell deceit, is difficult. So this is why many people feel that you as well are compromised. Do you see where it is I'm coming from? Like, I'm not, and it's not a rhetorical
But this is the
question.
thing, Dave has been getting this on every platform, right? This has happened on Flat Earth Friday. This had happened on TikTok, right? People are questioning not only Dave, people are questioning anybody who comes up and say, right, this might be, there might be some true, right? So right now is the situation, right? Today on TikTok, they're calling out chill everyone to each other, right?
Yeah. So I'm a shill. McToon literally has a hard on for me, making video after video after me. They're coming after me. They designed this trip for me, but I'm the shill, right? I'm the one pointing out clear mistakes that flat earthers are making to stop them from looking stupid, right? And not because I'm defending the globers. I'm trying to stop people from looking stupid, okay? And we're it's not working, right? Because it's just putting me farther and farther into this shill box. People are so triggered about what those guys saw. Now, what they saw, was it a natural phenomenon? Does it happen all the time? Or was it a fake phenomenon? I couldn't tell you. But they filmed what they filmed, real or fake. The thing is, it's interesting. It matters, but it doesn't make a difference on the shape of the earth.
Right. So next question. Big shout out to Stefan for the super chat, and he says Dave McKeegan is posting videos. TFE is posting videos. Mattoon is already doing debates. Don't gaslight, man. Much love.
So somebody wrote, so we're stupid if we think a boot should leave a footprint in the snow. No, it should leave a footprint in the snow, but not in groomed, packed ice. Okay, all of the loose snow blows all over the place. They pack that area down so it's got a waffle cone grit to it, so people can walk on it without slipping and freezing their butts. The sun hits it, melts the surface, and it gets even harder. Every day it becomes more and more ice. That's why they have to repack it and kind of break it up so you can walk on it without slipping and killing yourself. Okay, I mean,
guys, I want to throw something in here right now. This is interesting because I had a problem with the footprints, but I'm thinking about it. And in New York, 1977, I was 10. We had a 3-foot snowstorm. You remember that, Vlad?
In 77? No, I wasn't even born yet.
I remember it.
I was born in 78.
Never mind.
Damn, bro.
Holy shit.
Gene, I remember it.
But anyway, check it out. The basement door opened outwards, right? I lived on the second floor, so I had to jump out the window to get the basement door open, right? And I barely cracked the surface of the snow. Okay, it must have been a 10-foot drop. And then after I got out of the snow, I walked across the 3-foot, the top of the 3-foot of ice.
Yeah.
And
So wait,
jumped
Gene,
on it.
What you're saying is there was a layer of ice over loose snow, and you didn't even go through it. This is not loose snow underneath there. This is ice on top of ice on top of ice, packed.
Right. No,
okay?
but what I'm saying is even makes it more legit because it was just a layer of ice on the top, and I could walk right across it.
Right.
So
this is
it can be true that it's just packed, and if it's that cold down there,
it is true. There's not 2 or 3 feet of loose snow under there. It's just ice. Okay, it's just ice. That's it.
Which could lead you to not really leave any footprints. But Dave, let me ask you this: why do you think Austin walked away 20 feet to go pick up a handful of snow?
Because he went to get gloves because it really was cold, all right? And he walked away 20 feet because where he was standing was all groomed. He had to go to where there was some loose snow. That's it.
Yeah. And once snow is packed, once when it's plowed and the plow shoves the snow into a pile, you can't just dig into that ice.
Right.
It's
and
really
also
super hard.
Think about this. There are videos out, and more will come out, where it shows every breath there is fog coming out. So if it's in one video, why isn't it in all of them? Well, it's because of the conditions.
Yeah.
People,
I've been
we're
out there
on
where
the
you
same
don't see your
team.
breath.
There is deception, but these guys are not in on it. I'm starting to wonder if Will Duffy's not even in on it. Maybe he was put up to this. He said there is a 24-hour sun. He was shown a 24-hour sun, and he made a deal to get out of his financial issues to bring people down there and show them this, right? And maybe he's a stooge because it's better to have, rather than have an actor, is to have a pawn. Maybe he's even the pawn, but he's deceptive on many levels, in my opinion. That's just me. But again, every single person in here on this panel, now that Brenda's gone, is we're on the same page. We just are trying to figure it out. If somebody thinks that there was no planes on 9/11, and someone thinks that there were, and somebody thinks that the Israelis did it, and somebody thinks that Bush did it, and somebody thinks that they used thermite, and other people think that they used mini nukes, you're on the same page. You just haven't figured it out yet. Okay, so we haven't figured this out yet, and running down LED screens and green screens when I know it's not true because I was supposed to be there, and I could deduce from that these guys would have to be in it too. Wait until Austin's going to start doing shows either tonight or tomorrow. Watch, listen, talk to him, see what happens. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And in the end, this is going to bring more attention to Flat Earth, right? We just need to unify our message, and our message is, and everybody, please go to my YouTube channel, DITRH, stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. My last video is a clip of Marty Leeds, 7 or 8 minutes. Watch that. That's our message. Our message is the heavens above are created by God. They're non-physical and they're immeasurable. It's interesting to see what the lights in the sky do, but it has no correlation to the Earth. Now, it might have some correlation, but it doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. If we could all just start with that and then pivot over to flat Earth proofs, we'll be way ahead of where we were before this whole thing happened.
Hey, thanks, Dave. I'm not too sure why people call you a shill, bro. I think they just get off on it. Everybody wants to be first.
I think people
Everybody
are
wants to be first with
spiritually
the news.
void, spiritual voidness, right? And there's somebody that is seriously spiritually void that has, I don't even, listen, here's the thing. You can attack me, go right ahead. Just leave me alone. I'm not going to address you. I want to address the real stuff. I want to talk about the lack of curvature. I want to talk about, all of the stuff that proves that we all know. Do you agree the footage that has already been released by the 24-hour time lapse debunks the Helio model? No. How could that be? Why would I believe that the light circling in the sky, whether real or fake, doesn't do anything to... Oh, does it debunk the heliocentric model? I haven't seen anything that debunks it. It sure matches it. It does match it. Okay. But that doesn't mean anything. Correlation is not causation. Right. So again, it does match with what you would think on a heliocentric ball, but the problem is that's a non-physical light in the sky. Well, the curvature doesn't match. The lack of curvature, the gas contained outside of outside of a ball next to a space vacuum, well, that doesn't match. The sun being helium and hydrogen in a space vacuum, well, that doesn't match. And everything else that we know about the Earth doesn't match the ball. Geocentric or heliocentric, it doesn't match. So looking up at a light in the sky that no one even can define what it is or how big it is or where it is or how, that doesn't prove anything other than how much we understand the sky. Get over it. Earth is flat. It's clear. Anything else before I run?
Also, I wanted to say, Dave, I just seen today Duffy announced he's going to release those 15 experiments tomorrow on Monday.
Yeah. So again, not worried about that at all. I'm sure it's a bunch of bullshit. Actually, Austin knows what all 15 were. When I was talking to him, he was exhausted. We were both a little pressed for time, so I didn't even ask him what they are. But they're going to be released. And then if you just like, if we expect anything different from the mainstream media than we've been treated in the past, we're crazy, and we got exactly what we got in the past. So when ballers come out with their proofs, it's going to be the same thing in the past. It's going to be nonsense.
Yeah, really. That's true.
Let's see if Duffy goes back to being a pastor after this, because I have my suspicions whether he really was a pastor. Now that he heard this, he'll probably do more sermons, right?
How long ago did that video come out, guys? Does anybody know? How long ago that video came out of Duffy saying that it's okay to lie? Nowhere in the Bible says it's not okay.
I have no idea. Was that recent, right before the trip, or
I
during?
don't know. I only saw it recently. Someone dug it up.
David Banner's asking about the tracking of the sun all the way around. Iru, who's really good at computer models, modeled how the tracking the sun would look on a ball and how it would look on a flat Earth. He said both of them worked perfectly. Okay, so in a computer model, you can model both, right? And I modeled it spinning, a physical tripod on a Lazy Susan spinning around, and that worked too. So. Sure, it's not exclusive to one or the other,
right? But the three body problem can't work. So there's always that.
Right? There's so much stuff, but the Globers want us to get us tangled up. They want us arguing. They're winning when it comes to that. They want us divided. That's how they maintain control of this world. They want us divided, right?
Oh yeah. So shout out to Chilster Deluxe for the another super chat. It says, Dave, you never debunked anything there, pal.
Yeah, that's
right.
fine. So one other thing before I run is a lot of people send me stuff like, how come you're not mentioning this? The answer is because I'm not looking. I didn't see it, right? I didn't see the mountain thing until earlier today. And I just looked at it, 25 minutes before I made that, before I came on here. So again, I'm not here to prove the friggin' Globers right. I'm not here to prove us wrong. I'm here to find the evidence. That's it. Okay? I think the deception's bigger than anyone thinks, right? But I can't prove it, so I can't claim it. But I think the deception is massive because I know that the globe lie is the most important lie that the elite have, right? And they will do anything to maintain it. Anything.
So before you jump out, Dave, you want to mention the people what we spoke a bit on the Flyer Friday about those points and with Jonathan?
Oh, with Jonathan? We were talking to Jonathan. Was that Flat Earth Fridays or was that on Dip?
No, that was on TikTok, but we spoke about on Flat Earth Friday about what we might be doing for the points on this.
Oh yeah, so we were going to put our heads together and try to come up with 5, 10, 15 of the best flat Earth proofs that can be in the video. And Jonathan agreed to put at least 5 of them in there. But I talked to Austin, and Austin said that he's schooling Jonathan on points to put in the video. So Jonathan is also willing to let us see the video before it comes out to help him not make any mistakes, not to misrepresent us. Now that's cool. Let's see if he does it. And here's the thing. Everyone says Will Duffy's going to make money. Here's the thing. If Will Duffy puts out a video, a hit piece on Flat Earth, he's going to be able to sell it for a lot of money. But if Will Duffy puts out a piece that actually destroys the globe and proves Flat Earth, he's going to make even more money. Okay? So either way, it's a win for Will Duffy. So who the hell cares? Because this isn't about money, for me at least. This is about the truth. Let's keep pushing the truth. Let's stop dividing. Let's stop calling each other shills. Hey, I think you made a mistake, Rory. Let me show you how the parallax doesn't happen when you rotate versus panning, right? And I sent him the video. I made a video showing that, and that proving that the panning doesn't change the view, and I get called a shell. So again,
Dave, just ask Psychedelic how was the last 8 hours on TikTok. Ask him. Psychedelic, go ahead.
Oh man, oh my goodness, it's just I couldn't be in there anymore. Like I had to just kind of like.
No one is buying there, Dave.
Nobody's what?
Nobody's buying there on TikTok. Nobody
buying there. What do you mean?
Nobody's buying it.
No one's buying what?
Whatever is this whole situation.
Buying that the final experiment's real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
neither am I.
Saying it's fake. They're saying they're going with the studio.
They're going with the studio. So okay, here's the thing. Feel free to do whatever hell you want. Just get ready to eat your words when more evidence comes out that it wasn't. There is a deception. It's beyond what most people are thinking, in my opinion. But again, you need evidence. I haven't seen any evidence that proves they're in a studio, but you can. It's like Globers. They assume there's a curve, so when they do their measurements, they factor it in to create the curve. It's like surveying. They assume the curve, and they find it that way.
And then
So
they find
everyone's
it.
assuming that they're in a studio, so they're looking for evidence of that. I haven't seen any credible evidence yet. If it's there, I'll call it out. I just haven't seen it. Someone said the shadow anomaly. There's this really weird looking shadow. I have no explanation for that shadow. No idea what it is.
So based off of what you've seen, everything that everybody's produced, that's not good enough evidence, is what you're saying.
Well, I've debunked all of the big ones, unfortunately.
So vape. So then
VapeGate, I haven't debunked. I came up with a plausible explanation. But what about the other videos where you can see their breath?
Oh, I haven't seen.
Okay, but when you see those, will that kind of neutralize VapeGate?
No.
Okay,
not at
so
all. Because it doesn't. Because then seeing somebody sit there, knowing that this person vapes, right now, if it was somebody like me that doesn't smoke at all, and I'm just like huffing and trying to warm my hands up, because I'm picking up snow, then that's a good explanation. But the whole thing behind it stinks, and I hear your frustration, but you're up against the frustration of 1 million plus flat earth people that have been lied to, fooled, are extremely tired of the deceit and the lies. And so you have to understand where this energy is coming from. And like I said earlier, I was like, we're going to get some things wrong, but you've got some very, very professional people in here that are going to be looking at this thing with microscope eyes, and they're going to find some things, and it's the chips are going to fall.
What do I have to gain by making everybody hate me because I'm pointing out errors that I see? What do I have to gain by that? Okay, does nothing for me. Okay, I could just sit back and watch you guys cannibalize each other and get shit wrong and not try to help. Maybe
the thing is, Dave. The thing is, all right, Dave. The thing is also that we saw what Jaren is putting out. We just saw his last review of that Antarctica trip. More than half of the video, he was just calling out people, including you, brother. The people are confused. The people are freaking confused, brother.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not thrilled with what he's putting out, and there's plenty of people that aren't thrilled with what he's putting out, and so I'm not going to comment on that because I really don't care what people's opinions are. Okay?
But it's confusing people to where to go, in a way, to like what the hell is happening. All right. It needs time. We all are trying to figure it out. We all waited like, okay, all right, we're going to have something about a trip report, right? But what is happening there? Defending the Globers, calling out everybody else, as if nobody has a right to question anything. It doesn't have to be like that, right?
So there's really no way to win this thing. Somebody said, Dave, they could have fooled you and they could have threatened Austin and Jaren. I won't rule that out. But I am a pretty good sense. I have a good sense of people. I talked to Austin, okay? And he hasn't changed. He is Austin. He is who he is. The guy deserves respect, okay? And I respect him. Now, everyone could say, well, that makes me a shill because I respect Austin because he's lying because he was in the studio, right? And that I could be deceived. Go ahead. Make all your assumptions. I know what's true for me. I do the best that I can. And you said there's 1 million people that are pissed at this. I probably woke up half of them to flat earth. So that's some good game plan for a shill there. Wake up, of 500,000 people to flat earth. So I can go, so I can switch to the ball or whatever the fuck I'm doing. Okay. I'm going to go.
Most of the comments, Dave, most of the comments on Jaren's right now, it's full of Globers praising Jaren.
Right. And that's why I kicked Brenda out of here. She goes, oh, my good friend Dave just helped the Globers out. Fuck you, Brenda. Okay. I am not friends with anybody. You're not even allowed to address me. Okay. That's it. So that's all I got to say about that.
We're just all trying to figure it out, right?
We're all trying to figure it out, and we're making lots of mistakes. All right. And so when people say I'm going to eat my words, I know what I'm saying is right. And so you're going to see, and get that's my opinion against your opinion. But unfortunately for me, I'm closer to this than any of you are. I was the guy that was supposed to go. So think about the logistics of them being in on it. Unless, of course, they went and they were threatened and now they're playing the game. Okay, that's cool. But I don't see it. I don't see that as a viable possibility.
All right, let's Dave, let's hear from psychedelic and from Gene and from also from Aloha about what I asked you the question about what the people think with this last video of Jaren. Go ahead, Aloha. You
Is
can
this
go
wait,
ahead.
hold on? Is this the video from Christmas Eve? The one video he did where he
Yeah,
called
yeah,
me out?
yeah.
I didn't even
Yeah,
watch the
that
whole
is.
thing because I was disgusted with it.
Go ahead,
You know,
Aloha.
and
Yeah.
I'll bring it up because Jaren was ripping Dave apart, and Dave's not coming back at Jaren, trying to rip Jaren apart. He's still defending him, so I think it adds a lot to what Dave's saying.
Wait,
right
let me.
now.
I got to correct you on that. I'm not defending Jaren. I'm saying he's not lying. I don't like what
Okay.
he's saying, but he's not
Okay.
lying.
That's better. That works. My point is, you're
So-
not coming back at him. You're not retaliating and getting into an argument with them over it, which is pretty cool.
One thing I
that's
will
not-
agree with him is that flat earthers are fucking nasty and stupid. Many of them, not all of them, not you guys. Okay. But there are so many people. Like, just I saw a comment in there. We know how you're here to steer the movement. Okay. You don't know shit. Nobody tells me what to do. I do this
Where
on my
is-
own. And the
I don't
reason I do
understand.
it on my own is because nobody is working with anybody. Nobody will do anything. Nobody comes up with a plan. Austin and I got together today, and I gave him a couple suggestions on what he should do on Candace, and he took them to heart. Whether he does them or not, I believe he will. But we're here to wake up people, right? And that's it. So I don't know
Dave,
what
tell
else
me
to
the truth.
say. I don't know what else to say.
Keith,
Dave,
Keith,
tell
go
me the
ahead.
truth.
Keith,
Yeah, Keith
Oh, yeah.
Keith got something to say.
Keith, go ahead.
Hey guys, no, I didn't watch all of that video from Jaren. I couldn't stomach it, to be honest with
Yep.
you. I
Yeah.
felt
Turned it
like
off, too.
I honestly felt like I was listening to Will Duffy talk or McToon talk, and I can't listen to those guys more than 60 seconds or so. My bullshit meter just goes off through the roof, and I got a headache. So no, I didn't listen to Jaren. I have never really trusted Jaren, although I think he's done a lot of good for the community over the years. His old Antarctica video in the shadows from a long time ago was one of the first videos I watched back in 2018 or 19, I think. I don't know, but Austin, I have met. I'm still, supporting Austin at this moment. The vape gate bothers me bad. Him walking back to where there's a line in the snow and picking up snow, that bothers me bad. So there's things that I don't get it at all. I almost feel like maybe you guys have seen it on the old Star Wars movies, like when the Dark Lord or whatever his name was, the Prince Palpatine or whatever, he kind of clouded all of the Jedis. You know what I mean? All the Jedis were confused. And that's kind of like what I see in this flat earth thing. That TikTok show today was a shit show. I mean, I was in there for a couple hours. I probably wasn't in there as long as psychedelic, but I mean, all the accusation and the finger pointing and this person's a shill and that person's a Freemason, that's got to stop. I mean, that has got to stop, and we got to stop pointing the fingers at fellow flat earthers, and let's go back to the basics of flat earth for now until we do get more information. And I am positive that we as a community will figure this out. If it was a studio, we'll figure it out. If it was real in Antarctica and they did use fakery there, we will figure that out. I think the truth will come out 100%. I don't think we're going to be confused in another month or 2 or 3.
I agree.
I'm waiting to hear.
Hope so.
I'm hoping.
Let me point something out that I just realized happened a little while ago. When you guys were looking at my video where I was comparing the two images, Gene pointed out, he goes, look at the clouds. They're almost the same if those are what they are and not sky vitamins, right? But think about this. If it was a picture that they got from the internet from years ago, 2016 or whatever, and then they have video now, how could the clouds possibly match? Right? That was only a screenshot from a video that meant the mountain match. But the clouds, it's just the prevailing winds and a little bit of fog. They happen to match. They happen to match a little bit. I was looking at that, oh, that is interesting. But then I thought about it for 2 seconds. This is the problem. People see something that they think goes against, that matches their narrative, and then they stop thinking. They don't think it through. All I'm asking is people to think it through. And if you're wrong, correct it. Find something else. There's plenty to find. I just don't think we found anything. That makes me a shill.
All right. Before we jump to the next opinion,
I'm going to
go
jump
ahead,
out, guys.
Aaron.
Thanks, Vikka.
You're jumping out?
I gotta jump out. Yeah, I gotta
Cool.
chill out. This is just fucking too much.
Dave,
Yeah,
tell
but
me the
take it
truth.
easy, Dave. Take it easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bro,
man. It's
we're just like considering things, man.
Gene,
you
that's a
know?
nice compass you got there, man. It's beautiful, man. Where'd you get that?
I was just gonna ask you what you thought of my new decoration, bro.
It's beautiful, man. I love it. I love
me
it.
too, man. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah, it is.
yeah. This is the thing, Dave. Yeah, chill out because this is the thing. As I mentioned on TikTok and everywhere, people are going crazy everywhere. So we all have to just see how we can just like make it just more flowing and relaxed in a way, right? So yeah, awesome. We're trying to get Jonathan here and have a chat with him, and maybe we can see what he wants to put up there, and we can give our addition too, right? Yeah. So awesome, brother.
Yeah.
We'll see
And
you
I just
soon.
want to point out, I'll say it again. If I wasn't the guy that was supposed to go, I would be super suspect of all of this stuff. But I can deduce from the fact that it was supposed to be me that they weren't in a friggin' Amazon studio. Okay. I can deduce that clearly. All right. So, you can unpack it from there. These guys aren't lying. I think they're being deceived. And whether it's a natural deception or a supernatural deception or a fake thing, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the shape of the earth. All right. Keep up the good work.
All right.
100%, bro.
See you guys.
Oh yeah.
Talk to you later,
Yeah,
Dave.
man. I'll talk to you later, Dave.
Later.
See ya, bro. Alrighty. So shout out to Robert Attack for another super chat. Says, did bird observe a midnight sun? Anybody have any idea about that?
That's a good question, man.
That is a good
I
question.
don't know. I would like to find out if anybody in the audience has any more insight on that. I think that's a really good question.
Did Admiral Byrd see a 24-hour sun? That is a good one.
I mean, 24-hour sun is observed in the north, right? And it's spoken about by everybody.
Yeah,
I've been there. I've been there, and I've seen it myself.
Now I have a friend that I've been chatting with today. He's going to work on a video of the different temperature differences in the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic in June, and then the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic in June. Wait, am I saying that right? I got my solstices mixed up. So the 24-hour sun
Arctic in the June.
Yep. Versus the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic in December. There's about a 30 to 40 degree temperature difference. Shouldn't that be a little closer? That seems like a big temperature difference if it's a ball.
It's warmer in the north?
Yeah, it's much warmer in the north. They're like 35, 40
Heat
degrees
rises.
on average during the 24-hour sun.
Heat rises.
Yeah, up the ball. I don't know. He's working on the video. He asked me to narrate it. So I might. I don't know. We'll see. But that's just another, anomaly, whatever you want to call it. Also, the fact that there's very little land, like vegetation down there. There's very little animals down there. Versus in the north, there's tons of vegetation, tons of animals in the north. Shouldn't it be a little more equal? I don't know. They say, well, there's not much land down there. I mean, what do you mean? There's Australia, there's New Zealand. There could be other things down there we don't know about, especially islands. I don't know. There just seems to be too many contradictions for the globe to overcome when you're talking about the Arctic versus the Antarctic.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of ocean we're not allowed to go into, guys.
Yep.
You could fit the United States in here like 10 times and still never see it, and still be going through your little corridors and never see any land, I bet you. And we don't have the equipment to get that far and back, so we really couldn't, even if we were allowed. Unless you want to sail out there, maybe.
All right, let's say hello to RG Artist. He's been waiting from a long time before we continue with the video. RG Artist, how are you doing and what's your take, brother? What's happening?
How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? I'm hearing the frustration. I'm hearing the anxiety. I'm hearing the hurtfulness, the anticipation. Bro, I'm feeling it to my core. I may be one of the few people that followed everything all the time over this long period of time. I've kept my ear to the ground, but also I've been studying a lot of things that that we argue against, as far as like physics and things of the past and experiments. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here, guys. I know it's about the final experiment, but things are way too repetitious. In the arguments, they're circular. Yes. Yes. How do you know? Prove it. Can you touch it? Can you show through like computer language, modeling, rendering? Mathematics is just another language. There's a lot of things we can't touch. But I'll ask you guys this. I'll pose it this way, and I'll tell you exactly what I think. Gas pressure. We mentioned that a lot, right? They say it's a gradient. We say it's just because we have a container, right? Let's just say a propane tank. How do you get the pressure out of that propane tank? What do you have to do? And it's not funny. I'm not being funny.
You got to open the valve.
Yes. And years and years and years, thousands of years ago, we were much bigger. That's proven. All the vegetation, all the bones, giant bones we found, and that happens when you have very, very high pressure, right? We've lost pressure. Over the years, we've lost pressure. Our valve has been trickling slowly, ever so slightly. Now, there's going to be a plasma event. I don't know exactly when, but in the end, God says there will be signs in the heavens, signs in the skies, and all the stars will fall to heaven. The scroll will be rolled back, and there you go. There's your creator staring down at you lovingly. If you believe that, that's great. Then that's the right route to be on, because this is a spiritual war. Never forget that. And just to say this, who all has seen luminaries up close? I mean, like P900, P1000s, and who's seen them up close, in focus and out of focus? And if you've seen them in focus, I have. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people. There's a lot of videos posted. They're circular. They're circular. They have an outer circular edge, very defined, and then a circle in the middle. Okay. Well, what has been all over the news with these plasmoids? They call it plasmoids, but they're the luminaries, bro. They're getting lower and lower in our atmosphere. If you believe that or not, it's totally up to you. I'm not here to convince you, but I think the luminaries have popped their head out down here a little bit, right? Playing peekaboo. And speaking of it, a couple of drones went up really close to one of these things and fucking just got zapped and knocked it out of the sky. I don't know what happened there either, but I'm seeing signs, and I know that our pressure is getting a little bit less and less because we're getting smaller. Now, there's something up in the very top of our firmament called an apex dome. It's the eye in our sky, and it's been in religious representation paintings since. I mean, now I found thousands of paintings. Has anyone else heard of the apex dome? And if so, do you know that that's where the elites are talking about trying to get out of here? That's a doorway, and that's what the original eye in the triangle means, doorway. Okay? This final experiment, guys, in the big picture doesn't mean anything. And let me, before you get mad, and let me tell you what I mean by that. I don't think it was fake, but I think this is a psyop to distract people. I think this is kick the can down the road game for the Globers, right? And I think if we don't get our shit together and get rid of the physics, get rid of the circular arguments about, great, we got a great debater. That's great. Are we scared of losing face just because we have some higher up sub people that represent us? I mean, explain to me how this isn't just showing that we haven't got our own set of language, which is math, physics, all that. But then again, in the same breath, we do with phi, not pi, but phi. God's fingerprint, toroidal example. And y'all go ahead, and I'm going to tell you the theory that really isn't a theory right after you guys tell me what you think about that. I'll stop yapping for a few. And thank you, Vikka, for having me, you guys.
No problem, brother. So we were just having a bit of opinion about what Jaren had uploaded, because like for sure people are complaining that he didn't put out the videos, but what he put out, at least we can try to see what the hell he's trying to say, right? So that's why we were having opinions of the people just before Dave left. So there was still Iron was left, and then psychedelic. Before Iron goes, I'm gonna give another quick shout out to Stefan, and he says, "So we are stupid if we think boots should leave a footprint in the snow." Anybody wants to go ahead before with that?
Well, Dave said it was packed, and they run machinery over it to keep it packed so you can walk around in there. That's what Dave just said. Take that for what it's worth.
Cool, yo. Iron, go ahead. Your opinion about Jaren's last video.
He's scrambling, and this is something that I'd predicted. I was saying it's not worth even going. No matter what it is they try to put you up against, it doesn't. What goes on in the sky doesn't tell you what's going on the ground. He went. Now this is what he's got to face the music. He's got to face the community. Whether people agree with how we peel this onion apart, the fact is it's going to get peeled apart, and we're going to do it because we don't trust anymore. You can't trust anymore. You can't. And I'm sure there are going to be people in here saying that we're stupid and we're nasty and everything else to kind of shame us into saying, maybe I shouldn't. But no, I think what we need to do is push harder. Yes, totally. Look at the evidence that they present. I'm not saying not to, but yeah, we need to push harder, because if we leave it up to the quote unquote experts, right, to try and have it figured out and then present to us their BS, that's why we're flat earthers, because we've left it to the experts to kind of peel it apart for us and then present it to us. And we're done with that. We're done with that. Now, I'm not saying we're not going to make mistakes, and this is something that I addressed earlier, but yeah, man, bring it on. We'll peel it apart. We'll see it for what it is. That's all I got, man. But thanks for having me, Vikka. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Alrighty, man. Psychedelic.
Yes, sir. What was it? My bad.
Your opinion about Jaren's last upload.
Oh, that video. Oh, yeah. You know what, man? I remember we were playing that on the TikTok stream, and honestly, bro, Jaren's a cool guy. Him and I never talked, and like I said before, I'm not trying to point the finger or point out anything. All I remember from that last video is he said something about Eric Dubé, and he said a couple of things about how the AE map is falsified. And when I heard that, it just reminded me of everything that I heard today on the TikTok live streams, and I didn't like what I was hearing, and my mind was all over the place, and I don't really function under that type of environment and that type of energy, and it just makes me think, man, I'm just, like I said before, I'm about to stay focused. I might even back away from doing a lot of these podcasts. I might just do like I did before when I was making my presentation on the Black Sun. I got my boy James over here. I might just stick to a couple people and stay focused on, and like I said, Duffy's about to release those supposed experiments that he's got. I might just focus on refining my answer and my presentation on how it does work, that 24-hour sun. I'm probably just gonna be doing something like that because I don't like all this fighting, man. It's not me. It's not my energy. And
that's probably the best thing you could do, bro. I'd encourage you to do that. I'm gonna try to do the same thing. I'm gonna stay out of that TikTok live for a while. I'm gonna focus on my videos. I was gonna take a break for a while, but I think I'm just gonna get back, like someone just said, hit it harder than ever. I'm just gonna stay away from some of this drama. It's definitely been a distraction, and I promise you this: people have a short memory. In 6 months from now, we're not going to be talking about this damn, fake experiment or whatever it is. I mean, we're trying to figure it all out right now, but sooner or later, it's just going to be like another moon landing hoax. And we're going to be like, oh yeah, we know this, and this about that. Now let's go back to the curvature. Let's go back to the water. You can't debunk us. The earth is flat. So it's just a little hiccup, in my opinion. It is going to slow down some of the people that are sleeping right now, some of the sheep that are going to become lions as they discover the truth. It's going to slow some people down, but we should not let it slow us down. So Psychedelic, I encourage you to focus on what you've been focusing on, man, and keep your work going. I love your work.
Thank you, bro. Yeah. I just want to do that. The more that I go in there, the more I can't even relate or share or express myself, because it's the energy isn't right, and the energy's not right. And like I said, I'm an internalized person. I'm a Pisces, so I'm not really good at like speaking or that, but I'm really good at using my mind and putting things together and connecting the dots. And that, when I have a small group of a couple people, like that's when I can kind of like shine, like when my mind comes out and can express itself properly. So, and I just haven't seen that energy in the TikTok lives, man. That's just everyone's pointing fingers and talking about this and negative. This is negative that, and it hurts. It hurts me, and
Hey, hey, sorry.
That's what I was
Hey,
mentioning,
brother.
brother. Exactly. That's what I was mentioning. That whoever's speaking about these, people are calling each other shill, and whoever's defending or asking question is calling another. If you are asking question, they're calling out. If you don't ask question, you're calling out, right? So it's all like a haywire dumpster fire there on TikTok, right? But in many very different places too, where is there no really control of like people can come up easy and speak, but like people are coming in, jumping. It's crazy, right? So
Yeah, so I'm about to be doing that for the next few weeks or so. I'm gonna be refining, doing my research, and I'm gonna be looking up more on the Black Sun, because I think that's what I want to do, and I think that's what I do best. So that's all I got to say. I don't really have much to comment on what Jaron was doing. I can't really say anything about that, or Austin, man. They're great guys, and I look up to them. I always have. They were part of the awakening for me when I first started coming into flat Earth. But it's like, now I think it's just a chaotic time. Everyone's gonna do what they're gonna do. They're all gonna do them, and I'm just gonna take that into consideration. So that's about it.
Hey, brother, can I help you? Can I help you? I got two questions, man. If you could allow me, Vika, maybe 2 minutes. I just need I'm very curious. With psych, you're more hands-on or like a visualizing person?
I guess it would be a little bit of both. I think so. What would you
Okay.
like learning? Like, how do I learn better?
Yeah. The reason I ask is, have you messed around or heard about the primer field theory?
I have not. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Okay. Well, I'm the only flat earther so far putting together this study and how it relates to our firmament, because we know the Earth is flat, but the firmament is the key locking them together. And the reason I ask you is because there's a guy, David LaPointe. He has he's patented a bowl-shaped magnet with neodymium magnets. And this is for the whole panel. St. Peter's Cathedral and all these cathedrals with the domes, like even CERN, their big dome outside is a bowl magnet flipped upside down with a hole in the middle, right? And all these big, huge buildings that have the same little square patterns that are equidistant from that hole going down is just a big version of this patented bowl. Now the guy doesn't want money. It's already got the patent number, everything, and I've done some research with Well, there's actually 3 videos that are primer field theory videos. They're about an hour long each. What they're
Okay.
doing is they're explaining the magnetic fields and how they flow with littles like 2 millimeter steel balls, bigger ones, bigger ones, bigger ones, and how these little balls obey the field lines, whether they're magnetic or not. And that's what amazes me. Now, our firmament is the exact same in what I was talking about a minute ago with a release valve up top. That's called the apex dome. And it's flipped upside down like a half of or like a firmament, but it's very little in the very top. And the rest of the bowl is bigger and bigger as it goes down, like it would be in the south. Right.
Right.
Now, when you flip 2 of these bowls and right up on top of each other, you find something miraculous that happens. And you can model, and this is no bullshit, everybody can check it out. You can model from the subatomic, right? When you have 2 of these bowl magnets, say there, and there's different polarities. One is southern base polarity, and then the other bowl flipped up on top of it is a northern polarity. And when you put those together, man, it's beautiful what happens. And you can model from the subatomic to the celestial. And he's doing this. He's shown this for years. COVID slowed down the release of this open source technology. But I'm telling you guys, if you're a flat earther, you're going to be shown to be right. Nothing can stop this information from getting out. I've already piled a bunch on my X. I'm going to hold a space, but Vikka, thank you for that speaking time. But what they're always saying is show us proof, show us proof. Where's the evidence? Yeah, we got it now. We got it, brother.
I appreciate that.
Alrighty.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, quick shout out to Tony Coriolis for the super chat, and he says, "Patience, y'all. Also get Vikka's copper water bottle. I forgot to show mine off." Oh yeah, absolutely, Tony. Thanks for that, brother. And yeah,
Hey, and just
before we
one
move
thing, just
on,
to let you know, Vikka, just to let you know, Psych had asked me for my info last time, and I told him RG the artist, not thinking that on X you have the @ and then your name. Mine is @Russell G711. I encourage you guys, study that. That blows out any other physics theories. You don't need black holes, you don't need dark energy, and you don't need dark matter. This is the answer. If you're looking, God has answered my prayer. I've been praying for sure. But thank you.
Alrighty, do share that link in the main chat so that the people can follow you there and get to it. And yes, before we continue, my opinion about Darren's video would be, right, I understand people calling out shill people to one another. All right, people are, because the people don't know what is happening, right? I understand that. What I am seeing is what he put out there is literally criticizing people for asking questions, right? Starting from David Weiss, right? And then just slandering everybody, even people who are defending him, he's slandering everybody. And he's putting up high Will Duffy. He's like literally defending Will Duffy, McKeegan, McToon, all the Globers are there in the chat. The comments are full of Globers. This is what I'm seeing. I don't know what the hell to make out of this, right? I don't know what it means. We already have no idea what the hell was happening, right? Many people with how this thing was developing. And now this video of Jaren on top really trying to call out people who are literally defending him, right? So I don't know what to make of this, right? I don't see it normal. So we are in the same situation. We didn't know what the hell was happening when these people came back, and now with this video, we really don't know what the hell is happening, right? My opinion. I might be wrong. Just my opinion, like everybody else is giving their opinion. This is what I see. This is what everybody saw, right? So we don't know what's coming.
Well, I'll say this, Vika. Eddie called it with Jaron. He's saying Austin's going to do the same thing. I don't think Austin is, but Eddie called this out months ago that Jaron's going to go down there and he's going to come back and be a Glober. That's basically what Jaron has done. And I'll say again on this show, like I did on the last Heliopsychosis podcast, it's way too convenient that Jaron is the same guy that we have a black eye from behind the curve 5 years ago, that we're still arguing with trolls and chats today about his failed experiment at the end of Behind the Curve. So that's way too convenient. Whatever Jaron is, I don't know. I'm not going to judge the dude or condemn the dude completely, but I certainly am not going to give him any love or any trust going forward from this point on. I did make a statement to Austin when we were speaking at that event earlier this year. It's more of a question. I said, Austin, why are you and Jaron, hosting all these debates with these known anti-flat earthers? You're giving them a platform. They don't have don't have a big following themselves, except, the YouTube algorithms that prop them up. And you're giving them a flat earth platform to regurgitate all their nonsense. I don't get it. And Austin just said, yeah, you're right. I mean, he didn't really, have much of a conversation about it, but I've had problems with that the whole time. I've seen all these debates, or what is Jaron called, the debatism or whatever. We shouldn't be hosting debates with known anti-flat earthers. If we want to have some cordial conversations with people, that's great. And for any of the globe trolls listening right now, I'm going to piss you off by saying this: there is no debate. The earth is flat, and that's fact. Your arguments are weak, and they are based on false assumptions, and we have debunked them 1,000 times, from the water to the huge land masses observed and measured flat, to the rotation of the sky proving one motion only, not 5 motions like your blue ball religion claims. There is no debate. The earth is flat, and that's a fact. So to keep having these so-called debates with anti-flat earthers weakens the entire truth of flat earth and the intelligent design, and there being a creator, being God, that there is a moral absolute in this realm that we live in. So that's, again, my opinion. That I'll get off my soapbox now, but I think we need to stop having debates with anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. The only thing I'm seeing is that he shouldn't call out people who are defending him. He shouldn't do that, right? He shouldn't call out even people who are not defending him, because he was representing the people. So the people are going to ask questions. You can take all your time you need, but you need to give out something. And what you're giving out doesn't sound right. So what the people are going to think, right? And as you mentioned, this is the second time. There is no third time. There is no third time. Whatever comes out of this, positive, negative, whatever comes out of this, I think this should be it. Of any kind of whatever. You guys get it, what I'm trying to say here, right?
Absolutely.
It's just enough.
Yeah.
And although, like I said at the beginning of the show, because I'm sure there's different people listening now, I love Eddie. I respect Eddie. I think he has jumped to some conclusions in this, maybe too prematurely. I still have respect for Dave. I'm not going to disassociate myself from Eddie or Dave just because they have, differing opinions on this. And I think we should all, just relax, take a breath, and stop pointing the finger at fellow flat earthers and refocus on what we feel called to do ourselves personally. Like Psychedelic was just saying, I'm going to do the same thing. We need to, live in a more peaceful energy, not such a stressful, fussing, fighting energy, because that's what the enemy wants. The enemy of truth, and he has his minions out there, and I think some of them are going to be in this documentary. These guys, what I call, are enemies of the truth, and we don't need to be engaging with them much or letting them trigger us. And that's actually been a good thing for me on TikTok. I've only been on TikTok like 4 months. Things are going well there. But the first month or two I was in those live shows, I allowed myself to get triggered. And I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? This is not me. This is not who I am. So I've taken a step back and tried to take a breath and relax and just find my peace and maintain that. And I encourage everyone to do the same thing. There's nothing more important. There's nothing more valuable than peace of mind. So if you can create that for yourself and maintain that for yourself, I think that'll also give us a clearer, better vision of what's going on.
Yeah, going back to the drawing board. What the hell is that?
What's that? What's that, Vikka?
I said, going back to the drawing board, what the hell? Like, before this whole shit happened, it should have been analyzed really good with the both outcome possibilities of what is going to happen, right? People are going to scribble on a drawing and try to analyze, and maybe this happened. It's not going to work like that, right? The Globers were too overconfident because they knew what was coming, right? These people were not going to put online their channel and see, oh, let's see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, right?
Yep. And you know, I feel that this is a minor distraction because people in their right mind, and you know, everybody, right? All of us, for the most part, all of us flat earthers totally understand that the lights in the skies don't determine the, you know, what's beneath your feet. But then they're, you know, the run of the mill, which I hate to have to say it, but the layperson, right, on the outside of this whole thing, that's like, well, they saw a 24-hour sun, even though many of us don't believe, you know, that they did. Well, then that's it. It's an open shut case. Then the earth is a ball. There is no debate outside of that. So that buys them enough time, you know what I'm saying, to do whatever it is they want to continue to do. But I think that's where a lot of this frustration comes out. But I mean, you know, I agree, and I feel where everybody else is coming from. We need to, you know, get back to where we once were, but that's going to be tough. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be a hard.
Yeah, but we are trying to lay it out for the people, because maybe there are some people who don't want to speak about it. Whatever it is, we are going to speak about it. Good or bad, whatever comes out of it, we don't care. This is what it looks like, right? Now what it looks like, that the representative of Flat Earth came back from an experiment and he's now doubting the map, he's doubting everything, and even considered being a glober. This is what we have on the table, right?
Yeah, Vika, Eva, I was watching. Now I don't know how true this is, but Will Duffy posted on his TFE. He was reading off letters that people had emailed into him saying, "Thank you for the final experiment. I have now gotten over my being on the fence, and they've now become globers after being flat earthers." So that's what we're up against, man. That we're battling them.
Yeah,
This
but you know
buys them
what?
time. This buys them
Duffy had a guy on his show. I think he was interviewing him, right? And Lowry replayed it on Tinfoil Sombrero, and the whole thing seemed so scripted that everybody was like, "This is garbage. This is just." So he claimed to have a guy that used to be a globe earther, then he was a flat earther, was so into it that he got a tattoo of a flat earth on his leg, and now he's a globe earther again. But the guy wouldn't show his face. He wouldn't show the tattoo. He wouldn't say much about himself. And none of us ever heard of him. You know, none of us, like Lowry's been around for freaking 15 years. You don't get past guys like that, you know?
Oh yeah, he's calling out everybody. Even he was calling out Steven Alonso. What the fuck did you research about Steven Alonso that you think it's full of shit?
He said he can't stand him.
Because if he's saying shit about Steven Alonso, he's automatically saying shit about the rest of the guys who are doing the model. That includes Joe Hanby too, right? Just because Eric Dubai and everybody else was supporting Joe Hanby, baby, this is why he doesn't want to speak shit about Joe Hanby. He could have put him also under the bus like he put everybody else, right? If there are people literally supporting that, if there was a 24-hour sun, these are the people who are supporting it, and you are calling them out. So where the hell are we going?
Exactly.
Okay, can the rookie say something real quick?
Absolutely.
Because I have no channel. I've just been following this a long time, watching a lot of. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm anywhere near you guys, but for somebody who doesn't do this and have a channel, I mean, I've been doing this a long, long time. Anyhow, back to Dave real quick. And what really bothered me about what Dave was saying, the one thing he said that really just is
he still there? Anybody hear him? I don't hear him.
Oh, do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear both you guys.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Well, when Dave said that he wants Nico and Eddie and different people to run their stuff by him first so he can make sure that we don't make flat earthers look stupid. Look, Nico's a big boy. Eddie's a big boy. If they stub their toe, they'll stub their toe and they'll move on with life. But we don't need to run stuff and get it approved by Dave so that he can, secure us from looking stupid. Okay. I just really didn't like that at all.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, I kind of get that because
Yeah, that's respectable.
It's a big deal going on, man. There's so many people involved. Every channel, every page, almost every single flat earther and their cousin is getting involved right, or is interested in this. So to have the big names unified, I'm not saying a unified front. I'm saying unified. I wouldn't be opposed if the big guys were checking things out first and try to come up with something. If they don't, then go at it. I'm not saying don't do it because I don't agree, but it would be nice to be able to present this as a community that is unified. But I both ways, I can see both sides of the fence.
I've challenged Dave a few times lately. Dave and Ethan also, or Enoch on TikTok. I've challenged them both the times being a little too friendly to defend the flat Earth experiment. And I'm like, guys, no, you're being too friendly to these guys. We need to be able to question everything. Eddie needs to be able to say whatever he wants. Nico can say whatever he wants. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think what Dave is doing, and I'm not defending Dave right now because I have questioned him seriously several times. I think what he's doing is just try to save himself some headache or pressure of trying to clean up a mess after somebody puts something out prematurely that we say, yeah, that wasn't right. After it's already been out and been dispersed in different channels and pages and such. That's all. I don't think he was saying, yeah, let me approve it. I think maybe he was saying, let me just give you my take on it before you put it out there as gospel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I feel that because within the whole entire flat Earth community right now, with everything that's happened with this Antarctica thing, you could cut the tension with scissors, man.
Yeah, bro, it's rough. See, a lot of people are getting hurt by it, and it's no fun.
Yeah, don't just take things blindly, guys. This is the thing. Whoever it is, whoever hell it is, right now, what is happening is people are defending Jaren, even if Jaren is calling them and people out. This is what I don't see correct, right? So don't be just blindly because somebody did something or are gonna do something. He's literally showing us his intention of he might be a Glober any other day. Literally, this is how it looks like, right? Austin is totally another thing, right? Whatever he's gonna put out or what he put out, it doesn't look like he's not attacking flat earthers. People are asking questions. He's answering the questions. Right now, everything good, right? But the way Jaren is coming out, that's a big red flag. Even if the people don't want to see, even Dave don't want to see, or people don't, the people should open their eyes and see what the hell is happening, right? And it's not just nobody flat earther. He was the one who was representing this whole experiment from flat earthers' perspective, right? And coming up with this, it's just more maybe content for the documentary. We don't know, right? So open your eyes, guys. Open your eyes.
Well,
that's what I could say.
Did Eddie or did Eddie not call this from the beginning 3 or 4 months ago? Every damn thing Eddie said turned out to be exactly right.
Well, not Austin yet, bro. I'm holding on hope for Austin. I really am. He said that they're both going to go down there and come back Globers. I don't see Austin becoming a Glober. It looks like Jaren already has become one, and Eddie did call that. But I'm hoping that he's wrong about Austin, and time will tell. I think we'll know within a week here anyway.
Yeah, but he called out that there was going to be a documentary at the time when it wasn't going to be a documentary. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
this Morandi guy just shows up. Oh, he just happened to be luckily. I mean, that was such stage bullcrap. It
Yeah.
was bullcrap. Who do you think we are? I'm no channel guy. I'm just a regular guy out here watching this. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Somebody that what's his name, Will Duffy sanctions to bring down, and here's my flat earther friend. I'm like, oh buddy, this is good, man. This is really good. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna. I've got a roll after this, Vikka and chat. I think this is good that we bring in our heads together. But you know, this is stuff that we can expect. There are going to be people out there telling us that we're silly. People out there telling us that we're wrong. Folks out there telling us that what we're seeing, we're not seeing. And I mean, this is what we can expect. We're flat earthers for a reason, right? We're here for a reason. We become like this, and it's not because we're stupid, but it's because we had to change our mind based off of what it is we saw, right? And what it is we've actually experienced. So none of that, I don't see any of that changing. Will we get some things wrong? That's possible, right? Have we gotten some things wrong? We don't know yet. But yes, will we look through it? Of course. But you know, to sit there and insult the collective, I think is I think that's dangerous. That's dangerous because this is all going on the record. You know what I'm saying? And that's for both sides.
It is
you know?
detrimental.
Yeah.
As a outsider, again, I'm going to tell the flat earthers, particularly biblical flat earthers, are much more, in my opinion, just my opinion, much more honest than the other side. They are always trying to pull some kind of shady crap all the time.
Wait, much more honest or much more dishonest? I don't get it.
No, the flat earthers, particularly biblical flat earthers, are much more honest about what their intentions are, what they think the results are, much more willing to admit they made a mistake.
Yeah.
All of those things. The other side is just totally defensive and just puts up, just
the globe side, you mean?
Yeah, the globe side.
Yeah. And you see that
Very
deceit.
common.
You see that deceit everywhere you turn when it comes to debates, which I think are totally useless. When it comes to debates, and even with this trip, where the guys were supposed to go down and they could have had separate individual luggages at most 50 pounds, right? They didn't even know about that until they were on that side where the most they brought. So these little small pieces of deceit is like a testament as to who they are. You know, it shows their character, and they're never going to change, and we can't ever expect them to play fair, and I don't expect them to play fair.
Yeah. And that video,
I really want to find out how that slipped by everybody with the luggage misunderstanding.
Well, was it a misunderstanding? We don't know.
Exactly. Doesn't sound like one.
You know, that might just be their excuse they built in. I'm telling you, you don't know what we're dealing with.
Flag, man. I mean, I need to come up, or some of us need to come up with a list of all the red flags we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days, because I bet you there's 30 or 40 of them that you put all of them together, put them all together, and it just screams that this is completely dishonest.
Really good point. That's a
good idea, dude.
Point. Yep.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Lots of it. Family, I love you guys. You guys have been amazing. I am gone.
All right, bro.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron, for jumping on, man.
Love, bro.
Thanks, y'all.
And yeah, thanks for the super chat. He says, Vikka, you and Gene are amazing. Keep pushing. Yep. Everybody, brothers, everybody is doing their part. Maybe now it sounds very not so musical to the ears, but this is how it is. This is how it is. And in a family, when some things are not going right, everybody part of the family have the same right to point it out and call it out. Right? That's what it is, nothing else.
That's right, bro. We are a family. You know, we do try to promote the unity in the community. We're allowed to disagree, but we don't have to fight over it.
Alrighty, so
I got to get back. I got to get back to my kids. It's been good to hang out with you guys, and I know we're going to figure all this out, and it's going to be fun to watch it unfold. It's going to be fun to watch the truth being revealed. So yeah, I can say just buckle up and let's have a good ride here the next week or two.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we see what's coming on. Yeah, yeah, brother. Every day is gonna be something for sure.
Later, guys.
All right,
See ya.
aloha.
See ya, Keith.
Thanks, bro. Good to see you, man.
Alrighty, Robert Attack asks again with the super chat. Why didn't Admiral Byrd mention a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, man.
I never heard him mention it, but he might have been down there at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because apparently, from what we understand, this only happens for a very short time window, very specific time period.
Right.
If anybody in the chat can find out more about that, that would be great.
Yeah, if you find anything out, you get 10 points.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And then we have Sandro. Shout out to you with the super chat. Said NASA CIA will never let the truth out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the thing. When people want to believe in this, there are people who don't want to believe in this, right? So it's also confusion for everybody. The people who want to believe in this, there is confusion, and people who don't want to believe, there is also confusion with that. So this is the worst part.
Oh, Vikka, you know what? We never got to watching the Eric Dubay video.
You don't want to play it?
Can we? I don't think I have access to play on here. If somebody else could.
If you're on a computer, are you on a computer? You can screen share if you want.
Let me. I've never done that before. I'm still new to this.
Right. This is the thing. For example, the people who really believe that this happened and there was a 24-hour sun, and now after that, and when you listen to Jaren, they're gonna be confused. This is what I mean. They're gonna be confused more than having answers. So the same thing goes for the opposite side.
You know, I'm wondering if this will just bring the flat Earth ultimately, like, 6 months, a year from now, after this all settles, goes away, kind of. It's like the first big thing we were all going through together, too. Like you say, because a family has a fight, it doesn't mean it's the end of everything. You shouldn't treat that this way, too, just because we're having questions and disagreements about what we're looking at. I want to see timestamps on everything. I want to talk to these guys first about it and hear what they have to say. People are gonna, they're gonna have shoot a million questions at these guys once they're back out in the public.
Well, yeah, because somebody's mentioning the chat. Austin and Jaren should be out here doing what Dave is doing. Exactly everywhere.
Yeah, they are a little slow to react. And Jaren's first reaction was kind of sideways, if you ask me. I didn't listen to the whole thing either. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
RG is backstage here. He wants to come up and share one more thing, I think. What's up, brother?
Yeah, hey guys. I just man, I know our creator doesn't need our approval or denial of this model. What we can prove and what we can't prove is probably irrelevant to him. He just wants us to recognize through, this experience, I guess, just being born into this consciousness, and then our vision, he time and time again reiterates about the firmament showing his handiwork. Right now, we know that up so high, it gets super, super cold. And then to quantum lock things into position, with some kind of magnetic force, or magnetic, let's just call it satellite, maybe. There is a fluid layer there that's, just calling our name. Every time we look at the stars, the moon, the sun, it's wavy. It's really wavy. If you notice that, and that's what makes those stars twinkle, our luminaries twinkle. Let me say, I know I don't want to get off too much off topic. It is about this, what they call the final experiment, where they went, how close they could have possibly been to a lower ceiling, how things would have looked. The luminaries, stars, angels are always interchangeable terms in the Bible. So what if up really high, those luminaries could live in some kind of environment like that? And and then this, what they were calling experiment, they couldn't let that close of observation be done. So instead of taking them to the south on the months that aren't just 24 hours, and we kind of did the same kind of observation, what will we find? What kind of evidence then would pop out to people? Studio or no studio, I'm pretty sure that this new physics that is going to blow the theory of relativity out of the water. Of course, it is primer field theory for flat earthers. It's like handing us on a silver platter a way to get around. We're all begging for free energy. We're all begging for Tesla's stuff to be given back to us. I guarantee you, if you spend enough time on the stuff that I posted, I'm gonna try to do a live space on X. I've never did one on my own. I've never did anything here, but I've been in the background. I've donated. I've helped support some of the people that research and create things that I believe in, my life's outlook, but I promise to you, the guy that has this technology already, I swear his own words, he said, I think that God gave me this to give to y'all. And I thought that was just so beautiful, man. Let me stop rambling and we can look at whatever y'all wanted to look at. And but think about that. Let that sink in, man, that I feel blessed just to be able to get on here and tell y'all that. This is so relieving to me. But yeah, I'm just going to mute up for a minute. Thank you.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. God is in the pilot seat here for all of this anyway.
So yeah, also big shout out to Stefan226. Again, he's saying, can you address why Vincent called drunk as fake Glober on Flat Earth Friday? Has anybody had an idea on that? What happened there?
Whoa, wait, what happened?
What was that?
Stefan226 says in a super chat, he says, can you address why Vincent called drunk as fake Glober at Flat Earth Friday?
That's beyond me, man.
Did he really?
No. I was there. I was listening. Maybe, but I was on the Flat Earth Friday call when he was speaking. So no, he wasn't. What? No, brother.
I don't know.
Julio.
I got to hear it from Witsit. We got calls from all kinds of people.
And then again, Robert Attack says with the super chat, he says, why did Gleason say no visible sunlight past 80 degree? So we were speaking to Stephen Alonso on last weekend's podcast, and he was mentioning that below 80 degrees is no sunlight. So, and he was saying that these people were much before the 80 degree. So that could be the reason.
Weren't they at 79 degrees?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. So that's like 69 miles. difference. It's considerable. Still no curve.
And then Chillster Deluxe says for the super chat, please get this debunked video off screen, please. Okay, that's off already for a very long time. Maybe I'm too late checking out these comments. I think you've got one more before we start, maybe slowly, so you're wrapping it up. So yeah, man, it's been a crazy ride. Yeah, everything we're not trying to be. We are just responding to what is coming out. That's it. Might look, yeah, but this is what you get, right? What you put out, that's what you get. Also, quick shout out to Paco McLever for new member. Yes, and people who are, if you're first time here, do hit that like and subscribe button. Yes, we have already done 3 podcasts on the final experiment, and for sure, we're gonna have our 4th version soon. We're trying to organize few things. So yeah, crazy things happening on TikTok in different places, people speaking, having different opinion. But we could say yes, the majority are having hard time with this, right? The majority are having hard time with this, right? And sooner or later, it's gonna come out, right? If it's real, if it's not real, it's a psyop, right? So what is happening? What is coming? Again, a big shout out to Stefan, man. You're rocking. Another super chat is saying, I posted the video link in on Shane's channel with timestamp. You can listen and decide for yourself. Julio. So yeah, anybody wants to still jump on and say hello or give in your opinion, the link is pinned up there. Come up and say what you think.
Then I see what Candace Owens camp presents all of this. I haven't heard anything yet.
About whom?
Candace Owens. I want to hear what her camp has to say about all of this. Ultimately, you know.
Oh yeah, because I don't know. I'm not sure if there was 2 different producers, because if Jonathan is one, was Candace Owens producer was another guy? I didn't get it right. Psychedelic.
We haven't really heard from anything from her or the guy that she sent. Really, they just kind of went there and streamed a little bit, and I don't think
very little from them.
Yeah, I haven't seen any follow up, or I don't know if they did any podcasts with any of the guys or anything.
No, I don't think so, because we would all hear about it. We would all be passing it all over the place.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, I would love to see something come from her, and I think it's Mark Herman.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So yeah, I'm curious to see what's going on her side of things.
Yeah, bro. And the silence is a little creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of gray areas going on all over the place, man. And it seems like no one's really trying to get down to the bottom of it except us.
Hey, Psych, brother. And for everybody here on the panel, you know what I learned, man? You know what I learned by putting my face out here, my voice, is that you want to make a difference naturally, right? Naturally, we all want to make a difference, but we're all trying to do our own thing to get to that progress. I say right now, this point, us speaking on this podcast, brother, I suspect that this is just the beginning of unity, of real unity, real brotherhood, brothership. Sometimes things need to be wrung out, washed, rinsed, and hung out to dry and just to be clean. Right now, if there's something that's not clean about this movement, it's being washed out right now. Somebody's sometime somebody's going to fall off, and they're just going to go do their own thing, and we can't hate on them for it. We can't do anything about it. This is why I'm the first flat earther, man, bringing this forward. And I promise you, I don't want any money. I got the patent numbers to help. It's open source, brother. I'm here to help. What I came into this for was to learn first, get closer to my creator, and then help the world by giving something freely without looking for anything in return except friendship, maybe. All right. So this theory, I'm telling you, I'm laughing, man. I'm smiling because I know relativity's gone. All the circular arguments and people having to defend that, and tell globers how to think and what to think. We don't have to do that anymore, man. All right. I promise you that. We don't need black holes. We don't need dark energy or dark matter. Not saying they're not, black holes aren't out there. What I'm saying is the whole time people have been saying diamagnetism, that's ether. That's the backdrop, right? And magnetism and electricity come out of that. And yes, there is a dual nature to light, wave and particle. The double slit experiment solved. It's on my page. Come and join the party, brother, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, brother. Anyway, we will be wrapping up. So any last thoughts for you, RG brother, as we close this?
Oh, yeah, I got a big thought. I got a big word. I got two big words, actually. I love you. Love you guys. Simply
Stand
put,
back,
it's
brother.
about love.
Yeah.
And yep. Yeah, that's it. Just keep up the good work, guys. Don't be afraid. Don't be anxious. It's all good. It's just the first experiment, right? They say. I want to go to the north, man. I want to illegally fly over Mount Meru.
Yeah, do that.
Oh
We
yeah.
all do, bro.
You can every day if you really want. You can, right? We all know that. Thank you for being here,
Yeah.
brother. Absolutely.
You're welcome. Hey, last thing. So I'm gonna drop a video. Oh, I dropped it a long time ago, but in 1995, I don't know if y'all knew this, but the Mir space station was originally tasked just like the ISS, but see, the ISS is for in and out kind of motion, in and out, in and out. Well, the Mir space station was originally only to fly over and monitor the North Pole. And one time, NASA, in conjunction with Mir, NASA lost track of the Mir space station. Oh man, and they got this video where they were like, yes, we believe it's to the bottom left corner there. Houston, no, we think it's about midway up the screen, right? And the whole time they're zooming in and out trying to find this. The luminaries are everywhere. Look like salt and pepper shakers got everywhere. And it's people don't realize that the luminaries are just the upper atmosphere living beings. They're entities. And they've always been here. But anyway, I'm gonna mute up, man. Thank y'all.
Yeah, brother. Absolutely. Hey, Capitan. Last thoughts, brother.
Hi. I was just I just wanted to ask Psyched where can I find his YouTube if he has one, because I have something to share with him which he may find it interesting regarding the central vortex based on the flower of life pattern.
Oh yeah. That's what's up, man. I will actually. I'm glad you said that, because I'll drop the link to my 24-hour sun in Antarctica on a flat plane model on YouTube here. I'll leave it in the chat for everyone who wants to go check it out. Go give me some support, like and comment. I'll drop that in there, and that's the link to my YouTube. You can just find my YouTube right there. So yeah, if you want to share anything with me.
Okay, man. Thanks a lot. I have something. I'm sitting on it like for 10 years. I was blown away when I found it. It is from Flower of Life, but you have to isolate the pattern. So basically, it is 6 vortices with void in the middle, and basically, You will see it, man. I mean, it's there. When you see it, you will see it. But those vortices are moving in opposite directions. So you know, first is going clockwise, second anti-clockwise, third is going clockwise, fourth anti-clockwise, and so you know, they are like gears. But they're from the flower of life. But you just have to isolate the patterns, and in the middle you have the void. So I was planning for a long time to make it on like animation of it, to see it visually when it moves. But I didn't do it. But I mean, I think that you're the right guy to share it with, because I saw your map that you're working on. I mean, I know that there isn't 24-hour sun, and you think that there is, but anyway, this maybe this will give you some, you know, piece of the puzzle. So yeah, put the link, and I will share that with you soon. Thanks. Okay, that's all I want. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the stream.
All right.
Thank you, Captain. Hey, Psych, drop your link or your YouTube, like you were saying, because I think me and you can talk offline without some interference to really get to the bottom of some things to bring to people, you know.
Oh yeah. Who's next?
We saying goodnight?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I had a great time tonight. Very interesting. Probably one of the most interesting shows we've done in the past 2 years, Vikka. So, you know, it's really great to be part of this community. You guys are all freaking wonderful humans. So I want you to know that. You guys on the panel, in the chat, you know, you're all relatives. You're all brothers and sisters and cousins. I love you all. So no matter what happened out there, whatever we find out about what happened over there with these questions that will be answered sooner or later by the people who experienced it, right? It
Hey, I love you, Gene. Love you, Vikka. I'm gonna jump out of here, buddy.
All right, man.
Later. Love you, Psych.
Good to see you, brother.
You too, man. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah.
So no matter what happens after they finish answering these questions, it's not going to change the shape of the world. It's flat. It's got a pressurized system, and we're not moving. And that's not going to change. So none of this really bothers me too much. What is bugging me is the division and the hypersensitivity over it all. And maybe that's part of what they knew was going to happen, you know? So I don't know. I'm here for the team, guys. You know, I like the unity in the community, guys. We don't have to agree on everything. We're not, you know, we're never going to be able to tell all these answers anyway, but it's great to be here figuring out the ones we can. You know, so that's about it for me, guys. I love being here, and I love hanging out with you guys.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for being here, brother.
Thank you. Thanks, Psych. And yeah, Psych, you know what? I did want to say before, but it was busy. Yeah, dude, I think you do real well not hanging around TikTok and that type of an atmosphere too much. Bro, it's brutal, you know? I mean, it can be exciting. I like conversations. I don't like arguments, man. You know, I'm not really confrontational. I used to be. I used to love it. I had no problem. But I'm not into that anymore.
Oh yeah, so this is the thing, brother. It's so that the people know that there's every different platform and people are speaking in a different way. So just the TikTok is just too haywire, right?
Yeah,
it's
bro.
People are not so soft and everything, and people are just blowing it up. So yeah, everybody are in their right to say what they think, right? Being part of this community.
Sure, there's pages up there. I love going to Dips Live, bro. That dude is awesome. But to stay up there and hang out and get into it and listen, and I can't do it. It's just, you know, it's too much for me, man.
Yeah, the energy has shifted. Like, I love going up in there. I don't mind going in there, even like moving forward, but it just seems like like something happened all of a sudden to where the energy has changed, and it's all because of this Antarctica thing. And it's just
Oh yeah,
you
but
see
I
it.
think, brother, yeah, we need to address it because there are people who saying no, we need to just forget it and move forward. Yeah, we gonna be moving forward, that's for sure. But we're
Yeah.
not gonna put it under the rug too. It's like the same way when you have some anybody or let's say have some emotional or whatever problem, and you're trying to bury that emotional problem. One day it's gonna manifest. So right now that we're addressing it, let's address it, right? Let's go all on it, right? So absolutely, brother. Psychedelic. Check out this legend. Psychedelic is awesome. He left his link there. You can also find it on TikTok. Last thoughts, brother.
Yeah, I think that about wraps it up, man. I just want to say thanks to everybody who tuned in today, and you know, the support is everything. We got to come together, and yeah, I think just having unity moving forward is what's going to be the key thing, because you know, the globe proponents are already talking about having debates, and this is like their kill shot, you know, whenever we hear any kind of debate in the future with globe versus flat, this is going to be brought up every single time. So it needs to be, we got to figure it out. And I think if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be us.
We are, brother. We are trying. We will try, right? Hope is the last thing that we should lose, right? So at least we have hope. I know people get compassionate. Everybody who is with it or who is against it, everybody is passionate, right? So the things can go and sound very different, but yeah, as I said, it's all about that. So thanks, brother, for being here too. And yeah, quick shout out to Robert Attack, another super chat. He's saying, I super appreciate this chat. Thanks, guys. All power to you, Vikka, and thanks a lot for the Antikythera, etc. The midnight is visible from 66 point north. So why did they go to 79 south, right? So just saying, yeah, brother, absolutely. So there could be a phenomena that's very, very limited, so much limited that it could be man-made, right? We don't know. We're trying to figure it out. That's why we are here. Big shout out to you, Robert, for all the super chats. And yeah, people, there you have it. There you have it. This is the thing. Different opinion of different people trying to say what they think. And as I will say again, every opinion should be in a way looked into and respected, right? Maybe it doesn't sound very musical, as I said, but we have to listen to everybody. No one is right, no one is wrong, right? So we are trying to all figure it out. For sure, I got a bit of emotional here too, because because I saw that our community looking for light to a person coming after this whole endeavor, we want to call it, and people are going against it, right? And he's calling out people. That's why I got really passionate. I don't want that the people are just like lost for the light because of this situation. That's why I got passionate, and it's one of my opinion. I might be wrong, but it's out there. If people don't want to see it or say it, I'm gonna say it. Whoever wants to say it, say it. Isra, brother, we are almost wrapping it up. Yeah, you want to add something?
Hey, yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear,
Perfect.
buddy. How you
Go
doing,
ahead.
man?
Cool. I just want to say I was watching the whole time. I was just trying to stay in observer mode because I'm like trying to decide what's going on. Man, like, I mean, it's cool you guys to bring Dave Weiss on and stuff, but like, man, it's also like I just watched Eric DeBay's video about this whole Antarctica thing, and oh my god, it's like I had to like take breaks because I'm like my head is spinning about all this, you know, like. But
that's what it's designed to do.
yeah, and you know, I can't help but factor in the fact that like my big takeaway is that I'm always noticing this is some Batman villain level stuff going on here, and we're seeing like they would go really infinite lengths to do something, even to compromise these people. Like, yeah, I do see Dave Weiss's side on this, being like he's just trying to stick up for his friends. I don't think he's being like, I think he's just being as honest as he can. He's just saying his take on it, But like, dude, this just seeing like the stuff with like, I just saw the stuff about the vape pen, Eric Dubé's video about it. And obviously like, I'm sure you guys might try to have Eric on or something sometime, but like,
He doesn't do these things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And it's like, but like that analysis it's all on the table, and eventually it's all just going to put points on the board for what we're doing on our side, because we went down, actually measured it. And also to a lot of the people who are really like abusive in the comment sections, like either to Dave or to Eric or to Austin or to whoever or to you guys or anybody, it's like, man, the difference is like we made expositions about this. Like you guys made your films about this stuff, and I made what I could have made about it. We did it all with like, whatever budget was available in our pockets. And, we're all just trying our best at this. we're taking a swing. Like, so I don't go quick. I try to start with a position of good faith, to whoever's got a swing at the plate. But like, I got to admire you guys for like hosting this, because you're some of the only guys who are hosting an actual philosophical plaza to assist people in just coming to the table and talking it out. So, like the level of deception here is pretty insane. And did you guys watch Eric Dubé's video? Like I had to cut out for a minute because I was at work for a second, but
parts of it, yeah.
Pretty rough.
It's pretty rough. What are your thoughts on it, if you don't mind me asking? Or do you just not?
You know what? I gotta go back and watch it again.
Yeah. It's a lot to digest. I had to like pause it and like rub my face for a minute and be like, dude, it's like hitting weed really hard or something.
This is the part. Whatever is the people's opinion on Eric's video, this is what they think. Now, if people believe in Eric's video, right, for them, Jaren is a shill. And if the people watch Jaren, Eric is a shill. So in the end, what the hell is happening?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. There's a fragmentation.
We have to be in some team.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Vikka. It's like what I'm noticing is like, I was thinking about it, I know you and Gene, you're film editors of some sort. It's like I could think of ways if I was on the globe side of this and I knew the world was flat, right? And I was thinking about how to protect my $70 million a day that we're totally getting, right? I could totally think of like, oh yeah, all right. So for this video here, this little GoPro cam, let's edit out the footprints of the. Like, I know Dave's defense of it was just being like, yeah, something rolled over that and ice is hard. Like, okay. But like I could think of reasons that a globe person would just like totally scramble it up to create division. Like it's some like Sun Tzu art of war stuff. Like this is, and you could easily do that in Adobe Premiere. You could do it even better in After Effects, but like using a Premiere, it's like, it's not that hard to just take the footage of what was like 15 seconds ago before they were walking on it and then just scry the images over where the people were walking just to create confusion. Like just
I was saying that before. I want to make sure these videos are coming from these guys before I really sink my teeth into making any decisions about it.
Exactly.
For that same reason, man.
That's the same thing I was at. It's like, we were seeing it from King somebody. The video was mirrored by that. But it's like, do I know that this video is coming from the person who's putting it out from Antarctica? Or is there a middleman somewhere along the way trying to generate interest toward his channel for clicks?
Right.
Because that could be it too. And it's like, I don't know this King Goro or whoever the fuck. Like I'm just saying.
What? If they are edited or faked or manipulated, Austin and Jaren are going to find out.
I hope so. I mean, Yeah, and,
Well, we
and you
found
know,
out.
I wish the
If we're
yeah
thinking about it, they're going to hear about it. You know, we're not the
yeah
only ones really kind of doing this. A lot of people are
yeah.
against it, but I think we're trying to be open about it.
Yeah, dude, and I'm with you guys on this whole thing. Like, I wish the best for David Weiss. Like, I admire his ability to talk things out. I admire Eric DeBay's work, and you know, I like all these people as who they are, and I do hope at the end of this we find that, you know, everybody's just being cool, like, and but at the same time, you know, we're keeping ourselves open just in case there's some something goofy going on. Some Batman villain level stuff here, though. Like this goes along the lines of like something Jim Carrey's Riddler would do. Like, this is that insane.
You know, I haven't seen that movie,
For
but I'm
real.
thinking about you talking about NASA losing 70 million. It's really more than that, because if that happens, a lot more ramifications are going to happen along with it, next to it,
Yeah.
in front of it, behind it.
Yeah.
If they lose control, they lose control of all of it.
Good.
And this is a key component.
Yeah. I and that matters, because I don't know, what are we going to get rid of after that? Poverty? Like, they're literally the reason poverty exists. Like, them and the military and stuff. Like, it's just like, this is insane. Like, I understand military for defense, like that's a militia, right? You use that to protect your nation. This is insane what's gone on in this, at least on our continent, you know, and in general, just the Western world. It's all moving towards what we already know is this crazy NWO stuff. And
I don't know if I believe the military stories for real, bro. I think people were civil and calm enough to not live without armies of people to defend themselves, because
interesting. Yeah.
I don't think way back in the day, you know, a couple of rogue people can really ruin a party of a lot of people, right? You're hanging
Yeah.
out with 30 or 50, whatever it is, people, and 2 or 3 people come in and start some bullshit, and the party's over, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, maybe a lot of you guys have experienced that, but it's true. It's over.
But I guess a high society would have some people who are really good at martial arts around, right? Like, you know, that would be like, hey, you guys are good at martial arts. They're like, yeah, we love doing this. And they'd be like, cool, protect this place. We'll feed you and give you cool stuff. And they'll be like, okay. Like, that's kind of maybe that's what the old vibes were like because the Tartaria thing it's the huge curveball to the official narrative. Like, you might be right, Gene. Like, yeah, maybe that's true.
What I think, bro, that the people living back then were just calm, peaceful, and for some reason, just a few rogue freaking knuckleheads got out of control, and other people took onto it, I guess, or were forced into it. You know,
right? And these people who think they get, like, you know, you even find out that the draft itself is a scam. It's like another way to graft people into a direction to make them feel compelled, like they have to make their signatures. The most valuable thing a person has is their own signature. And then if you just withdraw putting your signature on something, you're protecting yourself. So it's like, well, you got to think about it. Even if we're to think about it logically, whatever. I don't think generals and stuff want to deal with people who are too disillusioned. So they're not going to draft people who aren't willing to fight. It's like, you can just not fight. And I even
that's why they create reasons to make people want to.
Yeah. And they create, like, I mean, like, you guys have probably seen Sean Hibbler's film about 9/11. Yeah, it's like 20 exact minutes to, like, really, like, it's the 9/11 documentary that shows the parts that all the other 9/11 documentaries are conveniently leaving out, which is, you know, the sorcery regarding the airplanes and stuff. Like, these are these are controlled explosions. And then, you know, these airplanes, like there's footage where there's no airplanes. There's footage where you see issues with the
Yeah, we
airplane
cannot
going
go
through
in
the
more
thing.
details about the Twin Towers because these people, the algorithms are like, you know,
Oh,
so
yeah.
yeah,
Those
absolutely,
numbers
brother.
and
So
Oh,
this is
thank
the
you.
thing.
Thank you. Sorry about
No
that.
worries, no
You're
worries.
good.
Yeah, do people do check out James Rogers' documentaries too. He does documentary called one is called The Vanishing Point, right?
Yes, that's right. It's on proxyearth.substack.com. It's exclusively there. I have a lot of other stuff on there, short films and stuff, but Vanishing Point is my film where I get into the flat earth stuff. So
where is that on?
Must see.
proxyearth.substack.com.
You can leave a link in the comment for the people to check it out. Yes,
For sure.
the more truth and knowledge from different places, the better, right? So yeah, brother. Last thoughts,
Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's good. Look forward to talking to you all again. I just wanted to come in and say hi.
Good
Oh
to
yeah,
have you,
brother.
bro. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Happy New Year, man.
Right on.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
you guys take care. Thanks for having me on.
Oh yeah, we connect also on TikTok with Roger. So awesome, brother.
Yeah, we'll talk soon, guys.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
So there you have it, people. There you have it, right? So this is the thing, right? Now, if people are gonna believe in Eric's video, and then people are trying to believe in it, so it's like just forcing people to take team side. That shouldn't be. That should be out. Think for yourself, everybody. Right now, everybody think for themselves. This is what we could say the best, right? That's what it would be the best to go ahead right now.
And you don't need to come to any decisions right away either.
Exactly. As we spoke in the last one too, right? Everything is on the table. Everything is going to be on the table for a very long time, and especially with this, right? So if whatever was the reason that flat earthers were ranting that the 24-hour sun doesn't work on a flat earth was for some reason, right? So that should be taken into account. And now about the 24-hour sun, it should be on the table. Even if it's make the most sense out of this world, it's still in question. Why? Because the way the things are evolving, right? So that's what it is all about right now. So asking questions, difficult questions, is it's part of the research, right? On every side. On every side, right? And we have to be open. And more importantly, one advice I would give is patience. Patience, everyone, right? So thank you everybody who jumped on today to say hello and give their opinion. We really appreciate. That's why we had this year, so everybody can come and say what their opinion is. And when people things start coming out, people share, reach to one frequency, that the automatically the truth or the inner feeling or emotion or compassion or whatever you want to call it will gonna come out, right? That's what it happened today. We love everybody in the community. We love the truth, and we are trying to figure that out together. So yes, everybody, psychedelic. Thank you, Gene. Aloha, David Weiss, RG. There were many other people. FE Nation, Tony Coriolis. I don't even remember who all were there. So everybody, thank you so much for being here today, and all the people who had the super chat and the questions. Awesome, amazing. So there you have it, guys. We will see what we have for the next week. Absolutely. It doesn't look like it's going to be any other topic, right? Which topic you think it's going to be?
Yeah, every
So,
single day there's something coming out. So you got to stay tuned, and if you really want to get down to the bottom of this, you got to follow along in this journey with us, because it's something's happening every single day.
oh yeah, and we will get back with everything that had happened in that week, and we'll give our opinions too and our adding. So thank you, everybody. This is Vikka Draziv signing out. See you next week. Bye, everyone.
Sounds
Love
good.
you
What's
all.
up, guys? Happy New Year, everybody. Good night.